Council, let's get this meeting, the public portion of our meeting back. And the first resolution from me is, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 1:12 p.m. with a report. All those in favor? Thank you. And the report, and I'll just do it verbally here, is that one of the topics we discussed in closed was our acting CEO, Jessica Gunby, and we have made the decision to have her continue as our acting CEO for a period of 6 months, and that's not like it'll only be 6 months, it's like for now, and that we show our great respect and confidence in her abilities. There's more to the motion. I'm not reading that part, but it's not bad. But no, we just we all are in agreement that we think you're doing a very good job, and we'd like you to keep at it. Thank you. And with that, we have a delegation from the Muskoka Earth Festival. Judy Browse, Vice Chair. The floor is yours.
Literally, there's no chair. You can stand if you prefer.
No, okay, if it's on, do you care?
We do care.
We do care because you are being recorded.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for agreeing to have me come and talk to you. I am talking about the Muskoka Earth Festival, which goes very well with your Georgian Bay Climate Action Plan. May 30th, we're looking at having a festival. It'll be for all of Muskoka. We want to showcase all the great environmental and climate programs that are going on in Muskoka right now, from arts and crafts and music to industry. Our feeling is that we've talked long enough. We have to get to doing something. So we want a good vendor section that will have things like electric cars and electric fireplaces and solar and other truly green, sustainable development. We've got buy-in from a variety of agriculture, local agriculture already, and we're looking at moving forward at this point. So what we're actually asking from the township is two things. One, we want you there. We want you there as a demonstration or of a display to show what Georgian Bay is doing, so that we can celebrate what all our municipalities are doing. We'd also like assistance in through your social media, through your websites, promoting the festival. And that's it's really what I'm here for, really to look at a commitment to be at the festival. We're going to each of the 7 municipalities within Muskoka, and then also to have your partnership, I guess, to help publicize it in this part of Muskoka. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Councilor Yanko.
Thanks, Judy. Why don't you go outside Muskoka? Why just say 10 municipalities? Why don't you get Seagram involved and Archipelago and Simcoe County and all those? Why don't you make it Central Ontario wide and so on, and get all the various townships and so on?
We won't turn away anybody. We've talked with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who spearheaded the local climate change action plans for the municipalities. They have put us in touch with a variety of municipalities. We will invite any municipality that wants to be there, but we would like to say all these municipalities are doing something, but Muskoka is leading. We're really doing a lot. So both will be there, hopefully.
You have them dumbfounded. I think you're well aware of our active interest in addressing the climate, I'd call it emergency, that we are facing. And there's a couple more motions or a couple more topics later on this afternoon on our agenda that I think might indicate that, to say nothing of our next presentation. And so, from that point of view, I think you can have our full support, and perhaps in discussions with our, you still have the old title, don't you? And Ms. Schneier, that we can see how we can best cooperate and participate with you.
So who would my contact person be? Sorry.
Me, Judy, I'll give you a card.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Yanko.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe Jennifer, you can come up with an outline of what you think our township represents at this particular event, and maybe get some comments back from council as to the things that you might want to have in your display or whatever. But, you know, I like to be inclusive. We're getting the Georgian Bay people involved, and some of the stuff we're doing and some of the materials doing, other than like that. So maybe we make it all inclusive township support and presentation and so on. So maybe some kind of report sometime in the new year that you think could be put into a package.
Ms. Schneier.
Through your worship, Councillor Wanko, are you thinking that the municipality would host a booth and then all of our partners, Georgian Bay Forever, Georgian Bay Land Trust, would be involved?
That's what I'm looking for you to suggest, but something that's inclusive, and it's just not just one item or green items or how we handle our vehicles or whatever, but an all-inclusive issue that touches on all parts of our township that could be included in some kind of a booth or whatever Judy's got in mind in the way of some kind of display.
Ms. Browse, you wanted to comment?
Yes, I mean, as several of you know, I've worked in this area for 1 or 2 years, and I'm certainly aware of that in Georgian Bay in particular, you do have an assortment of organizations that work together very well. We will be going out to all of them also, but that doesn't mean that you wouldn't display as one. So they will be invited specifically, and then you can decide how you want to work together for sure.
Councilor Bochek.
I agree. We have a lot of community partnerships that we've engaged in and support, and I think anyone that we supply funding to that is environmentally based should be invited to come along on this ride and join in with us. As small as the Honeybee City, right up to, you know, Georgian Bay Forever and outfits like that. I'd like to see everyone involved that we supply funding to. Thank you.
So we're working towards an event of May 30th, 2020.
That's right.
So the good news is we have some time to work on this.
We're
but-
hoping we're ahead of it all, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the invitation and encouragement. Appreciate that. Are there any other questions? So I don't think do we have a motion? Sorry? We do have a motion. The motion reads, be it resolved that council receives a delegation from Judy Browse, Vice Chair of Muskoka Earth Festival, and the council does approve the request from the Muskoka Earth Festival to provide support by way of social media promotion, links to the website, and attendance at the event. All those in favor? I think that's all that you asked for at this time. Thank you. Now, in order that I don't break all the rules, for our next presentation, I have to go through some of these matters to get into the regular agenda, or else we can't have the next presentation. Is that correct?
Well, you actually just broke a rule, so you might as well submit. Sorry, that's my fault.
Well. Okay, so the delegation should have been after we followed the rules?
No, the resolution should have been after you followed the rules.
Oh. We can make it work, apparently. Let's be practical. Yeah, let's do this, and then, because we have 5 minutes, so we can break a few more rules. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of October 16th, 2019 as circulated. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, well, there's got to be one about adopting the regular agenda. Yeah. Be it resolved, the council adopted the regular agenda of October 16, 2019 as circulated, as amended. To add 11E in regards to bin sites. Sorry, are you raising because you have concerns? Or yes.
For clarity, the regular agenda, it's stated that it's October 16th, and I believe today is the 15th.
Oh, yeah, and I should know that because tomorrow's my sister's birthday. Okay. Any other comments? Councilor Rienko.
Yes, I'd like to get an update on the feeding of the geese issue that we have in White Falls Bay to find out what staff's been done over the last month, and we might get another report on that. And
If I may, I was going to talk about it during my communications. We don't have a report, so you don't have to add that to the agenda if you don't want to.
Well, I may want to have a longer discussion on it, so I wouldn't mind having a discussion on it. And maybe, can I ask that maybe 11B be brought up to right after the next presentation? That's your emergency, climate emergency declaration, so we get all three, the two presentations and that issue all in one bundle.
Okay.
And these people might be interested in finding out
All
what
right,
we do. on
that sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay. One moment, please. Is that for this or that? Okay. Okay. Be it resolved, the council adopts the agenda of October 15th, 2019 as amended to include 11E, removal of bin sites. All those in favor? Oh,
Put the geese on there.
okay. And
It'll
11,
get resolved
okay,
here, but if not, I want to talk.
no problem. At least I say that. We'll have to see whether the rest of the council agrees. Based on third time's the charm, be it resolved, the council adopts the agenda of October 15, 2019 as amended to include 11E, removal of bin sites, and 11F, Canada geese on Whites Bay. All those in favor? Thank you. Carried. Okay. I think at this point we'll just rearrange the order a little bit, skip over the various communications and go straight to the Development Services Report that is item 10C, Township of Georgian Bay Climate Change Action Plan. And you are presenting?
Yes.
The floor is yours. Oh,
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council,
we'll mess it up some more.
as well as township staff. Thank you for the opportunity today to present on the Township of Georgian Bay's Climate Change Action Plan. As you may remember, I was here in July and provided you a brief update on the Township of Georgian Bay's Climate Change Action Plan. My name is Victoria Ervik, and I am the Sustainability and Climate Change Coordinator with Sustainable Severn Sound. With me today is Julie Cayley, the Executive Director of Severn Sound Environmental Association, and is here to support SSS as well as the Township of Georgian Bay's Climate Change Action Plan. As a recap, SSS is mainly focused on mitigating climate change by integrating climate change considerations within municipal operations, policies, and procedures. And we do so through the adoption of climate supportive policy, which lays the foundation for long-term climate change action. I wanted to start off my presentation by mentioning why climate change action is so important. As we know, climate change is the single biggest emergency of our time, affecting every aspect of our daily lives, from the food we eat to the extracurricular activities we enjoy. With that being said, we as a society have been changing the planet's climate since the Industrial Revolution, when we began burning fossil fuels. But what's scary is that the greenhouse gas producing activities we've enjoyed up until today will continue to impact us well into the future. So I just wanted to remind you that the decisions we make today will only better impact future generations, such as our children and our grandchildren. Our municipalities are where the economic and human costs of climate change hit the hardest, but they're also where we're going to find the greatest opportunity for climate change action. With municipalities across Canada influencing roughly half of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, municipalities such as the Township of Georgian Bay and your community can benefit from actions that reduce energy use and emissions, make the movement of people and goods more efficient, reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts, advance local economic development, and ultimately make communities more livable, competitive, and resilient. In May 2018, your council committed to joining the PCP program, a program administered through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, joining over 350 other Canadian municipalities in addressing and acting on climate change. At that same time, council approved Sustainable Severn Sound as the township's associate member to the program, responsible for meeting milestone achievements and including the completion and submission of regular reports to the PCP program secretariat. In July 2018, the Township of Georgian Bay achieved milestone 1 of the PCP program through the completion of the corporate community inventory that was submitted for recognition. This is the same inventory that was included in the collaborative local climate change action plan, as well as the inventory that's presented today in your municipal climate change action plan. And it's based on an international and standardized program. The greenhouse gas reduction targets presented in the plan, as well as the staff report and the plan itself, will achieve milestone 2 and 3 of the PCP program. And that's enough on that. So why develop an action plan? The township's involvement in the PCP program is very responsible and shows a commitment to understanding and reducing the township's environmental footprint. Georgian Bay's climate change action plan that SS developed with significant input from the township staff delivers and aligns with a number of existing corporate documents, including the township's strategic direction to explore opportunities for developing a community energy plan that explores renewable energy sources and various initiatives related to air pollution, waste reduction, litter, and the protection of environmental sensitive areas, as well as the direction to design municipal infrastructure to take into account potential impacts from climate change to minimize damage, with a preference towards practices of better stewardship, protection of nature, naturalized areas, green space, and water resources. It also aligns directly with the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan, the township's official plan, as well as the district's official plan, and of course, the township's PCP program commitment. Last year, in collaboration with 7 municipalities, being Midland, Penetang-Machine, Tiny Tay, Severn, Oro-Medonte, and Georgian Bay, Sustainable Severn Sound released the area's first collaborative local climate change action plan. This action plan provided the baseline and framework for the development of our partners' municipal climate change action plans. And guided by the PCP program, the inventories presented are distinguished between municipal emission sources and emissions from community sectors. A corporate or municipal greenhouse inventory outlines the emissions generated as a result of a local government's operations and services, whereas the community inventory is much larger and estimates emissions within the community as a whole. As you can see, the majority of total emissions from our 7 municipalities in 2015 stem from community activity, accounting for 99%, and corporate emissions accounted for the other 1%, or 5,994 tons of CO2 equivalent. Georgian Bay, of that total, accounted for 6% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in 2015. This slide breaks down that 6% further. Corporate emissions for the Township of Georgian Bay were calculated based on fleet, energy consumption in building and facilities, and waste. And community emissions included emissions generated by activities from on-road transportation, energy consumption in the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors, waste, and waste. Beyond achieving milestone 1 of the PCP program, this inventory allowed us to identify the sectors and sources and activities that are responsible for greenhouse gas emissions, allowing us to better identify opportunities to help deliver on our greenhouse gas reduction targets. So in 2015, Georgian Bay's community emissions were approximately 33,266 tons of CO2 equivalent. And the 2 top emitters being residential, both seasonal and permanent dwellings, and on-road transportation. Now, this was a topic of discussion in the past, and based on that conversation, we did speak to FCM, and because Georgian Bay and our municipal partners are one of the first municipalities outside of the GTA that have seasonal populations. There isn't currently a protocol to explicitly include seasonal populations in the inventory itself. So with that, residential sector does include seasonal and permanent dwellings, simply because Hydro 1 doesn't differentiate between the two dwellings, and that's where our data came from. Transportation is based on a protocol from FCM that takes Stats Canada, the number of permanent and seasonal dwellings, and then I think each house in 2015 had approximately 2.5 vehicles. So we used it as an assumption there. So I just wanted to note that although it does not explicitly include seasonal populations, we did want to wait until FCM came out with a specific protocol to include seasonal populations, which we can include in the update of this plan, simply because that way we'll be able to appropriately compare municipalities that deal with seasonal populations specifically. I apologize, this is supposed to be 516, not 777. But in terms of corporate emissions, the Township of Georgian Bay emitted approximately 516 tons of CO2 equivalent, which accounts for 9% of corporate emissions from all the 7 municipalities inventoried in 2016. As you can see, emissions from fleet, which was derived from liters of diesel and gasoline consumed, and energy consumption in building and facilities accounted for the top 2 emitters for the corporate inventory in 2015. And this is where our recommended actions are mainly focused. So for milestone 2 of the PCP program, it requires municipalities to set and approve emission reduction targets. Sustainable Severn Sound spoke with several municipalities as well as met with township staff in August to review our proposed targets and agree that a community target of 6% below 2015 levels by 2028 is both achievable and realistic, as well as a corporate emission reduction target of 25% below 2015 levels by 2028. This was just provided for your information. It shows where community emissions would be in 2028 if we continue business as usual or do nothing, or in contrast, if we achieve the 6% reduction target. FCM recommends a 6% reduction target, and it's the assumption that this 6% reduction target will essentially be achieved through technological advances and overall behavioral and societal norms. And based on that, Sustainable Severn Sound's capacity, we will be focusing more on reducing the corporate emission reduction target. And this is the same sort of forecast. If we do nothing or continue business as usual, corporate emissions will increase by approximately 28% over 2015 levels by 2028. But if council approves the recommended greenhouse gas reduction target of 25% below 2015 levels by 2028, the Township of Georgian Bay would strive to emit no more than 387 tons of CO2 equivalent by 2028. And I did want to mention that this target setting is not a one-time event, and FCM does encourage municipalities to reevaluate their targets periodically. Some examples of when this would occur if we're approaching target year and we're either overachieving or underachieving, if there's been significant community change and development, political change, or to be included in the strategic planning. And lastly, you may be wondering how the township is going to achieve the corporate reduction target of 25% below 2015 levels by 2028. On page 14 and 15 of the action plan itself, table 6, this is a list of recommended action items that Sustainable Severn Sound developed with significant input from the senior management team in August. And it outlines the year of recommended implementation, what municipal staff or department would necessarily be involved in it, as well as the estimate for tons of CO2 reduced. Now, I did want to mention that these are just recommended actions, and all actions moving forward will have to be approved by council depending on budget. But these are essentially identified to help us decrease the specific sectors on the corporate side of things and used essentially just as a framework as we move forward into 2020. In terms of next steps, In order to achieve milestone 2 and 3 of the PCP program, the targets presented today and in the staff report must be approved by council. And once council approves the staff report and the recommendations within, SSS will begin to support municipal staff implementing the actions moving forward into 2020 and beyond, and continuing to meet the reporting requirements laid out by FCM as your associate member to the program. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have on the PCP program or the climate change action plan.
Thank you very much. Councilor Yanko.
Two questions, I guess. Two questions, maybe you can ask them separately. One of the main concerns, one of the biggest concerns I have with environmental climate change is that, and I hazard to guess, and maybe Councilor Bocek may help me out here, a good majority of our residents in the wintertime burn wood. I know most of the seasonal cottages I know are exclusively on wood burning. I'm not, but quite a few of them are. I'm just wondering how that is, you know, that to me is not environmentally sustainable or acceptable to have, and I'm guessing half our winter population probably burns wood. And so how do you incorporate that into your calculations? That's my first question.
Through your worship, we looked at including wood burning into our baseline inventory, and based on our direction from FCM, they actually encourage us not to, because the overall contributing amount of CO2 to the grand scheme of things was so minuscule that it didn't, in FCM's point of view, it didn't make sense to go through all that work of estimating how many dwellings burn wood, how much they burn, how long it's burning for, to come out with such a small number compared to how much on our transportation and residential sectors emit. And also, based on FCM's protocol, the 5 sectors that they wanted us to look at were the transportation, residential, commercial, industrial, and waste. So beyond that kind of 5 sectors, we were very limited in where we could go. But because we were one of the first organizations to develop these climate change action plans for municipalities outside of the GTA, FCM has now become aware of these gaps in their protocol and are developing ways that they can better support our municipalities now that it's not just the GTA that's developing these plans. So we have made FCM aware of these gaps in their protocol, and hopefully by the time when this plan needs to be updated, we can incorporate more municipal level specific inventories, whether it's seasonal or boat traffic or boat emissions, things like that. But right now, as a baseline, we had to stick within FCM's 5 sectors and have noted where we could go in the next update.
Well, maybe we can encourage our residents to save their ashes, because I know in Muskoka there's a program to use wood ash to help our forests get their calcium levels back up. So maybe that's a program that we could probably push in our own township. The next question I have is mainly to our own staff, is that you've given us some ideas of how we can reduce our emissions by 25%, but I'd like to hear from our own staff as to how they see we can do more realistic day-to-day things that we can do to reduce our emissions. And is this going to impact our services? I'm mainly looking at maybe transportation and so on, or some of our truck usage. You talk about no mowing. Well, does that mean we're going to have all long grass, or we're not going to be cutting the grass on the roads, or whatever? What programs will be implemented within the township that, or services that might be curtailed or affected as a result of this? That's what I'm kind of more interested in. So I don't know if I'll get my own staff for that or what. Don't hide there.
Through the mayor, unfortunately, I haven't looked at this for a month or so since we did the budget, so I can't respond to many of those questions off the top of my head. With respect to lawn mowing, though, that's an interesting one, because we are looking at naturalizing some areas, and there are funds in the budget to begin that process, and we'll also be bringing a policy forward at some point in the new year. So that's one example. There are some works that are scheduled now for the buildings to improve their heat loss or cooling loss, things along those lines. And we're looking at putting in some automatic lights in the office. So we're following some of the recommendations from the plan, and we have gone through it, and we agreed with that it is doable. I just don't remember the details off the top of my head.
So to have those details all put on one piece of paper saying, okay, this is what we're going to do over the next 3 or 4 years, then I can get behind these things. But until I see that kind of detail, I have trouble believing that we can get 25% reduction.
Any other councillors wish to comment or add? Well, thank you very much. I do have a resolution in front of me, and I will tell you that in my mind, the 6% for the community at large and 25% for our own corporate assets over the next 9 years is perhaps not enough. And I'm going to discuss that with another item that you're going to bring up. But I think in the meantime, it's a very good start. And the resolution that's in front of me reads, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay adopt the 2015 to 2028 community and corporate greenhouse gas reduction emission targets of 6% and 25% respectively. And further, that the Township of Georgian Bay Climate Change Action Plan be adopted. And further, that the plan be revised and updated regularly and the action be implemented as resources and budget permit. Councilor Rienko.
In there, can we ask for some kind of staff report as to how they're going to do that? Or in your case, you say 25% is not enough. If we want more than that, I'd like to know the details of what we're going to be doing or not doing to meet those things. And so that maybe should be part of the resolution, or is that the staff direction to come back with a report?
Actually, our Director of Operations just leaned over and said, do you want me to write a report for next month? Yep. So no staff direction needed, he's already on it.
Don't rush it. I don't mean to next month, but think through it.
No.
Because,
Yeah.
think through it before you start.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, before you leave, no, you can sit down, but I thought you might be interested in their next topic. I think we've lost Judy, but and thank you, Councilor Rienko, for the suggestion. I'm going to skip down to item 11B that I put forth with regards to climate emergency declaration. And the background of that is I found myself, I think it was last Monday evening, attending the Barrie Council meeting where they passed, the General Committee passed a motion in regards to declaring a climate emergency. And I think what was extremely important about that motion wasn't that this simply went through the political gesture, if I can put it that way, but they attached numerous action items to it, which I think was vitally important. And I believe what was distributed to all of you in your packages was a copy of the original motion. It went through a couple of amendments, but basically only made it a little bit stronger. And I don't know if we have copies of that yet, but I think what was extremely important about it was that it becomes, the climate emergency becomes part of our overall strategic plan, which means that our goal is by 2050, and yes, if you do the math, some 30-odd years down the road, but our goal is in 30 years to become carbon net zero, or however you prefer it be worded, carbon neutral. And I think that's very important. When it becomes part of, when we incorporate that into our strategic plan, we're not only just saying, well, let's try to reduce here and reduce there. We're telling staff that when we put a report in front of us, that in that report at some point, just like now they have to put in the bottom of the reports that this meets the budget because it's in such a section, or this meets this and that of strategic plan. They also have to put in a sentence or two or more as to how this is getting us closer to that goal of 2050. So, for instance, you were mentioning, or it was coming up about, you know, transportation. That means maybe the next trucks we buy are hybrids or something, and we hope that by 2030 we're buying electric trucks, that kind of thing. And I think it's vitally important. Now, I know that Karen went to the effort of creating a 2-page resolution that matches the very resolution more or less, but she localized it. I'm not quite prepared at this point to recommend we go that now. What I wanted to simply do is ask staff to spend the next month preparing a resolution and circulating it amongst us so that we can have some discussion. But it's something that I strongly encourage as a long-term, this is where we're headed goal. And I think it's important to have that in the back of our minds as we make decisions going forward. So the resolution that I have in front of me right now, the short one is, be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a climate emergency declaration to be brought forward at the next meeting of council, and that the climate emergency declaration include direction to create an action plan. Comments, please. Councilor Wienko.
Well, maybe that can go hand in hand what I was talking
Yes,
about, a report.
absolutely.
So maybe not next month, but 2 months, whatever, as long as they have enough time to digest it and come up with actual items and say, okay, because of the emergency, here's what we're going to do. The other issue I think we should do is why just our township? I think you as the mayor and a member of the committee up at the district should be asking them to support a similar resolution, so maybe...
Already done. I gave a copy of it to John Klink last week and strongly encouraged him to make it happen at the district level.
Well, probably at your committee, I guess, would be go to your committee first, or I'd write to council. Maybe to council, why not?
Yeah.
Good, okay, that's done then.
Councilor Bochek.
I'm a believer in the science of climate change, and only the science of climate change. And I believe you need to benchmark where we are now. Without a benchmark, you don't know if you have any significant improvement over the years. And you know, our population versus our natural environment is one that is different than most other municipalities in Ontario with our trees and our water and that kind of stuff. So in order for me to get on board and support this, I would like to see some of the science and prove it. You know, where are we today? Where do we want to be in 5 years? Where do we want to be in 10 years? But without benchmarking where we are now, we have no idea of what our emissions really are even today.
I think we just saw a report on that.
Yeah, a little bit, but not, to achieve a net zero, you have to take into your carbon footprint that you're emitting based on what absorbs that carbon. And I don't see the science that's saying, you know, we have so many hectares of trees or plant life that absorb this. I buy into the concept, I buy into the science. I'd just like to make sure that we can track it and know we're doing a good job towards it. And we're not going to do that. It's going to be an outside identity that does that, I'm sure. So I'll support the resolution. I'd just like to see, you know, we benchmark it and move forward and get positive results.
Any other comments? Before I read the motion, I'm just going to add, and I saw a lot of this a month ago, and I hear a lot from my daughters, one of whom is a climate change coordinator. And, you know, when my daughter's generations say they're not going to have children because they're scared of the world they're going to bring them up in, we got to get off our ass and do something. And with that, be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a climate emergency declaration to be brought forward at the next meeting of council, and that the climate emergency declaration include direction to create an action plan. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Let's get back to the things that we want to take what you're doing and take it as plan farther down the road. Okay, we've done that, we did the consent agenda, didn't we? Good. So, well, we could do that, or, let's do the communications for mayor and council. Let's go back to our regular order here, and the communications from our CAO. Who would like to start this? I forget where I started last month. Okay, Councillor Bochek, you volunteered.
Yeah, a few things that happened this month, and I'll let our mayor speak to our Honeybee Festival, because it was really his doing, and it was a great success, and I really enjoyed being a part of the Honeybee Festival, the gala, and all the events that were associated with it. Took part in a few fundraisers this month to generate funds for the Children's Christmas Party, which is held at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And one added note is, in the future, I would like to see councillors that sit on committees, boards, etc., bring a report from them during this part of the agenda. If you're sitting as a council member at Seg Bay, you could bring that. If you're sitting on the library board, you can bring us that. Committee of Adjustments, you can bring that. We never get updates from any of our committees during this portion of the program, so I'd like to see that happen in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know where to go. I'm going to go to Councillor Jarvis, because we're just going to have a little fun here going back and forth to break the pattern. Yeah, that's
Other than library board and Honeybee Festival, which I agree with what the mayor did with that one. Although I really enjoyed myself on that, because I got to pour honey all over the mayor by accident. But the other thing I did was attend the job site where our blasting permit came in back in September 27th to better understand what was going on. I think it's always important to get up to these things and figure out what's involved. And it was educational. It was a half decent day. I got to sit down and talk to the contractor for quite a while over the whole thing, and view a site that had been totally cleared of all vegetation, or obviously provide for building envelope, and what was taking place with regards to the blasting, which I think is a very interesting term that maybe should be retired in that context, because it applies. But it was very interesting. I thought that was a very interesting part of the month for me, was getting out there on the boots on the ground, literally, to see what's going on.
Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, Mayor. Another fairly busy month. I'm not going to repeat every month, every meeting that I go to at the district or whatever, but I did attend the open house that we had on the number of planning issues, and it was exceedingly well attended. So I wanted to thank the staff for organizing that, and hopefully they received some input from our community. I think I'm quite sure they did. In fact, it was so well attended, I thought there was, I got the impression that there were close to perhaps 100 people there. I think 75 people signed in, but not everybody signs in, so I think it was much larger than the 75. So there's clearly an ongoing interest in our township in our planning activities. So that's really all I attended last week an affordable housing meeting in Muskoka, a presentation whereby there's a great deal of difficulty finding and funding for and developers. So funding for affordable housing and developers that are interested in actually doing something about it. So one of the interesting solutions was trying to figure out a way where some of the existing housing could be used for affordable housing. In other words, seniors with a fairly large house and alone in that house, and perhaps would be willing to rent their places out to people needing housing in the communities. The problem, as I understand it, is the trying to think of the name of the legislation that relates to renting, but whatever that's called,
Landlords and Tenants Act?
Yeah, that's it, Landlord Tenants Act, sorry, I blanked on that, but basically, that's where the problem is. It's so strict and stringent that if it was a little bit more attractive as legislation, I think people would rent their places out. So I just thought I'd report on that as well, that it's tough getting affordable housing. Thank you.
Councillor Yanko?
Thank you. On October the 12th, I attended the Baxter Snow Riders Golf Tournament, which was raising funds for a local hospital. And that was, we got about 26 or 27 members out to that golf tournament. I met with a constituent concerning placement of docks in PSW and EP zones and had a long discussion on that. I attended the Muskoka Watershed Executive Council meeting, and I was happy to see that we have several members of that district, well, not district, but it's the Watershed Council, several members on the Muskoka River watershed study. And I was away most of the time on holidays, but I was active on email, especially on the solid waste handling issue, which we'll discuss later on, and at that time I will probably be venting.
Councillor Hazelton?
I too attended the library board meeting. Lovely meeting in the Baxter Hall. Also attended the planning open house in the Baxter Hall. Again, as Councillor Cooper indicated, well attended. Lots of comments came out of that. Also attended the Honey Harbor CAG on September 30th. And once again, lots of good discussions coming from the members of that committee. Had an opportunity to meet here at the township with the mayor and CAO, Councillor Cooper, and a couple of other members of the community to discuss some of the things that have surfaced in the discovery process of the judicial review of the MECP's process for issuing an ECA for Macy Bay. Had an opportunity to attend the Honeybee Festival, a gala dinner. I thought it was extremely well done, and had the pleasure of sporting a couple of logoed honeybee shirts that I'd acquired specifically for the occasion for my son and I, so we could be twins. Anyways, a wonderful event. Looking forward to that already next year. And lots of meetings with residents and correspondence with residents in Ward 4 on a variety of issues. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas?
Thank you. This month was spent mostly working with the community on various issues that are going on, and a number of, two in particular, projects that we'd like to see and the community would like to see go forward, one in the Go Home Lake area and one up in the Mactier area with our operations. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the Honeybee Festival, but next year I hope to be able to be there. I also attended a meeting with Councillor Wayanko in regards to docks in the PSW area.
Thank you. I'm afraid I have a fairly lengthy list. September 10th, I attended immediately after our council meeting here, the Indigenous Leadership Table Land Acknowledgement Committee in Bracebridge. I find this a very educational and interesting exercise in attempts to improve upon our use of land acknowledgements and the acknowledgements themselves. September 13th, I was an observer of the Committee of Adjustment meeting. September 14th, I was at the Docktails gathering of the Honey Harbor Association, a fundraiser to help fund their docks. September 16th, I was at Tim Hortons pushing Smile Cookies with Jennifer and Victoria, and then that was before going to a district council meeting. September 17th, I was at a Biosphere Reserve Board meeting. September 18th was a district health meeting. September 20th, I attended with Jessica Gunby the Hydro One announcement with regards to them making a big show out of all the work, most of which they've already done, but you know, it had to be announced, so it was a political event. But following that, went to Port Carling to meet with Paul Harding, their mayor, and Fred Yon and Michael Dubin from the district with regards to the waste disposal situation. The meeting was informative, but not terribly productive, if I can say that, since we haven't got anywhere. And then later that day met with a number of Oak Bay Residents Association members, which was quite informative for me. September 22nd was up in Deerhurst for the Municipal Innovators Conference kickoff reception. This was a conference of generally younger municipal workers. There were some exceptions there that they have organized annually to basically share ideas about how to improve operations. Jessica and Victoria from our operations were in attendance at that. September 24th was the Georgian Bay Land Trust Board meeting. September 26th was actually an MC at the McLaren Legacy Dinner down in Barrie, and I'm discovering my sitting at this desk now makes me a little less uncomfortable when I'm sitting in front of a crowd having to run operations, so there's a side benefit to all this. September 27th, met with a number of individuals who expressed some interest in purchasing property just to the north here. September 28th, I was on Bosley Island for the Georgian Bay Land Trust Walk for Wilderness. I take great pride that is a walk that was originated and organized by one of my daughters, and it was a great success. Mike Lavin from the parks there was our interpreter along the walk, and lots of helpful information. And I actually found, with everyone else, at one certain point gathered around a juniper bush, below which there were 5 individual baby rattlesnakes, each one curled up on their own little leaf, taking in the sun, about 2 feet apart from each other around. I will admit to you, I've never seen more than one rattlesnake at a time in my life in the past, and there were 5 of them. Well, that was kind of interesting. I mean, one of those experiences. And that evening I attended after all that walking, that evening I had to go up to the Biosphere Reserve for their brouhaha and have sample a few beer. September 29th, I attended the Oak Bay Residents Association AGM at their invitation, and it was quite interesting to hear that group and their concerns. October 1st, I was in Shawanaga Island Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area for their opening ceremony. This was very interesting in that this is an island that we would previously have called Crown Land, that is now a protected area, and the local Shawanaga Nation has been given responsibility to conserve this land going forward. So that was followed by the same group offering an introduction with regards to the Robson-Hury Treaty and their take on the values and including sustainability and the objectives they have. So I found that quite informative. October 2nd, the same meeting that Councillor Hazelton referred to, with review of some of the documents and minutes from the judicial review discoveries with the Macy Bay waste management system and the MECP review thereof. October 4th, I found myself in this room tasting honeys, and I've never done that, tasted so many honeys before, and basically trying to keep my distance from a certain councillor who was, I don't think he was throwing honey at me, but I wore a little bit nonetheless. Yeah. October 5th, the Honeybee Festival. I was amazed. It was a great success. I think that Jennifer Schneier deserves a huge amount of credit. I think she was well assisted by Victoria, but I think what's very important to note that we had well over 50, maybe 75 volunteers from around the community supporting this, which I think in itself was just almost justification enough. But the marketplace was a great success. It was reported to me that by one of the shopkeepers there that 90% of the people that walked through her door were new to her store, and many of that 90% were new to Honey Harbor. That the social media had somehow reached them. It was a nice day, and they came into Honey Harbor to see what it was all about. So I think that was a surprising result that I certainly didn't expect that much of a population that way. But overall, I think it was a great day, and I strongly encourage you to get involved in it next year, because everybody that was involved were definitely interested in coming back next year. So I thought it was great. I think Jennifer will probably be giving us a more full report on this next month, because she has all the stats that I would only invent, but I think it was a great day. As I've already mentioned, October 7th, I attended Berry Council. They have theirs in the evening, but I don't think anybody here has an appetite for that. October 8th, Muskoka Municipal Nonprofit Housing Corporation, they made a presentation to the District Finance Committee, and you're very conscious of the fact that our area here is quite unique in that we have a lot of people who can afford to have a second home, and a certain portion of our population can't even afford to have their first home. And you become quite conscious that we have to do something to help those who have trouble housing themselves for one reason or another. October 10th, I was at the Biosphere Reserve Board meeting, but that also included a social enterprise training session, which I found quite interesting. And October 11th, sitting in the room next door here, in which we included the senior people from the Oak Bay Development Group, as well as senior people from the Oak Bay Residents Association, and I think we've actually, Jennifer, is it safe to say we've created a communications bridge that wasn't there before? I think that's enough. Over to our acting CAO, still.
Whew, thank God for that. Again, the only thing I'm going to repeat that council's already mentioned is the Honeybee Festival. It was so well attended. I think even the vendors, even though they knew it was our first one, they still couldn't believe that it was, because it was so well organized. I personally spent way too much money at this marketplace, but I love everything I purchased, and I can't wait for next year. Again, a special thanks to Jennifer and Victoria for doing so much work, and also I think it was a record-breaking amount of volunteers we had for an event in this township, so it was very great to see that and everything come together. Speaking of Jennifer, you might remember the mayor just saying, "Do you still have your old title?" So since I've been in the acting CAO position, I have seen a lot more tasks that economic development officer does, as opposed to what I thought that she does. And personally, I don't think that economic development officer is a suitable title for someone in this role, and I think it would help even in the future, possibly even get grants, having the change. And personally, I feel like when someone's an economic development officer, it means that they're going to bring in a Walmart, and I don't like how that compares. So we have agreed. I think we have agreed. Have we agreed?
Except for one word, yes.
Okay, well, I'm the boss, so. So Jennifer's new title is Director of Sustainability, and I think that is a fantastic change and upgrade. No offense to Economic Development Officer, but I love it. We're also looking at changing the title of the clerk to be more along with other Muskoka areas, because they have like Director of Legislative Services or Director of Council Services. So we're looking at that one also. So I just wanted to let you know that when you see an email from Jennifer and it doesn't say EDO anymore, now you know why. Other staff issues is, I emailed you last week, and our Director of Financial Services / Treasurer has given her notice. She's leaving us, so we have a posting out now. And we also did interviews last week for the planning technician that I think went really well, so we should have someone in that position quite soon. And the only other thing I wanted to update was the geese matter. So our clerk sent me an email stating that we have received 15 letters of concern from residents in Whites Bay. The district health unit has no jurisdiction over fowl populations, so staff are still researching potential solutions and will report back to council, hopefully next month, but not today. The different options that include oiling goose eggs, because you can currently do that with resident volunteers with a permit from Environment Canada. There's options of hiring trained dog programs to stop the Canada geese from nesting in the area. You can pass a bylaw prohibiting feeding of wildlife with set fines, but the Federal Migratory Birds Convention Act and Provincial Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act don't appear to have anything to stop feeding of the birds. So that is my update.
Your Worship, can I just thank very much for this opportunity for a new title change, and I really appreciate being recognized for this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Now we're on to staff reports. If everybody's ready to go a little bit further. And the first one I have in front of me is septic reinspection program. And Mr. Fedari, it looks like you're ready.
So for the septic reinspection program, I was asked on 3 options to give to council, to see which one they wanted to choose, and it's all self-explanatory and it's in front of you.
If I may summarize, the first option is less than we're doing now, the second option is doing what we're doing now, and the third option is doing more than we're doing now at a significant expense.
Yes.
Thank you.
To hire it out, to contract it out to WSP, it comes out to, if they did the 600 that we usually do, be about $200,000.
Plus startup fees, if I understood it correctly.
But I think that's all in it, assuming they only have to go to the property once.
Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, just on the numerics, the $200,000, that's assuming the township would be paying for these inspections, is that correct?
Well, that would be up to council to decide if they were going to put it on the taxes or if we were going to pay for it.
So, but so the $200,000 is outside of saying let's say every 5 years, or 7 years or something, each property would be inspected and paid for by the property owner.
If council chooses to go that way, yes.
So that would cost $200,000, is that correct?
Correct.
And what would it cost each property owner?
They put in I think it was in between $250 to $300 for that.
Right.
I believe that's what the initial costing was that they gave me for that.
So thank you for that, and I guess the other comment I'd make is that I believe the district is in the process of commissioning a study on septic systems inspections and how they're conducted in other communities. So they're going to be examining, as I understand it, not just our community and the 6 townships or towns and townships in the district, but actually look at best-in-class inspection programs in North America and in Europe. So that study is, they're now in the process of trying to identify an expert that can actually provide this sort of advice. So I think that would help inform us before we make a decision to find out what is the best, what are the best sort of options out there. I've also had feedback from people that are pretty knowledgeable in this area, and that is that even if you do have a more invasive inspection system, unless you test the water right adjacent to the septic system, and I'm talking now about water-based septic systems, whether they're inland lakes or in Georgian Bay, unless you test that water, you really don't have much evidence other than, yes, maybe the system isn't working all that well, but is it polluting the water or not? And so that's another consideration that I'm not seeing here, which I think needs to be maybe reviewed. So those are a couple of my comments for feedback on this particular program or suggestion.
Councilor Yanko.
Thanks, Dave, for your report. I think you've done this report, 3 or 4 times now? Anyway, it's always good. It's always good to have a review. I think to my understanding of the district program is that I think this coming month, we'll get the terms of reference of that program. And I'm not totally convinced that it will actually produce a report with a recommendation of how to inspect septic systems. I think it's more of a review of what's out there and what could be done, but I don't know how detailed it will get in that would help us decide which route to go in the way of suggesting an inspection program. But we'll see. I think you'll see the terms of reference at your committee too this month. So I think both of our committees will see that, and we can probably comment on the terms of reference. And my understanding is that, Dave, you'll be working with that group anyway to make some recommendations on what you do. So I think you'll have some input into that program. But I think number 2 is the only way we can go right now until we hear from the district on their report. So this whole thing may be premature, and maybe we should review this again in 6 months when the report comes down from the district to find out if we want to choose another option, which may be appropriate. But for now, I think we have to continue with number 2 and see where we go from there.
Anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Hazelton.
Given what I've heard, which I already knew, which is there are things taking place at the district where they're trying to build a consensus on what should be done. And given that, as Councillor Cooper has indicated, you really, I mean, you can inspect all you want. Based on the kinds of inspections we've been doing, if you don't test the water, you really don't know what is seeping into the water. We might guess, but we really don't know. I would certainly be supportive of a deferral of this for at least 3 or 4 months or more until we find out what the district is trying to do and build in the way of a consensus, so that we can move forward with a good strategy as opposed to same old, where we're really not understanding what our water situation is and the water quality and clarity and so on.
Councillor Ranko?
When it comes to water quality, I know a little bit more about that. Again, a septic system does not take out the nutrients. It takes out the bacteria. And so I know in the inland lakes we do an extensive bacteria study, and we look at particular sample areas just off the shore of various properties and so on. So we do have a lot of information about bacteria levels in some of the inland lakes, and I know in a couple of cases we have sent in staff to look at particular areas for septic system problems, and we found a few. That's how we got into this whole program, actually, is that we were finding some high values with the E. coli and so on. But if you're talking about nutrients, yes, you will get nutrients loading from the various septic systems, but it's kind of ubiquitous within a bay. And again, we do sample the various inland lakes. For example, we sampled 10 locations in 6 Mile Lake. And, you know, we would find out if there's any loadings, nutrient loadings that are going on. So you got to be very specific as to what you mean by water quality. Is it bacteria or is it actual chemistry? So that's where the issue comes in. So I think we got to be careful what we're asking for.
Councillor Bochek.
Dave, out of the 600 inspections that you perform per year, off the top of your head, how many compliance orders would you issue in a year?
We're getting a little more proactive putting the orders on to get the infractions corrected. A lot of the things that we see out there, for some godforsaken reason, people like outdoor showers in Georgian Bay Township, gray water on the ground, and we see some plumbing infractions. We see where the plumber has taken the pump chamber off and not sealed it again, and if the pump were to fail, it would leak effluent on the ground. Actual failing septic systems, maybe 1 or 2, and we get them corrected right away. Actually, I've got property that I'm taking to court for a sewage system November the 6th. That's the first one that has had to go to court.
Well, if we're looking at voting on a resolution today, I would favor number 2 as it stands today.
Can I have a clarification here from staff? Number 2 basically is status quo. So do we even need a motion if we're making no change?
I would say yes, just so it's on the record that we, council, did not make a change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So, just, first of all, Dave, thank you for that comment. So you're doing about 600 inspections per year at a cost of, I don't know, what, $60,000, $80,000 a year. We're finding one failing system.
No, that's not what I said. We do find other infractions. We find infractions where the pump chambers aren't sealed. We may see some infractions of piping come loose. We may see lots of outdoor showers, which is gray water on the ground, and we don't treat that any different. We make them get a permit or plumb it in or remove the outdoor showers, and it goes into the sewage system. We see stuff where the beds are overgrown. They're not failing, but we send letters to them and that. We do have files that we keep going and we follow up on. Actual sewage on the ground, there's not very many of them.
So I get that there's a desire to police, so to speak, correct infractions on the things that you've talked about where there are infractions. But if we don't know what's going into the water, we can be correcting infractions left, right, and center and having no impact in water quality. And I would offer up as a suggestion that we do inspections and we have a septic system so we don't pollute the water. So if, regardless of what we have on the ground, if we're not polluting the water, then we should be, as a township, trying to figure out where the water is being polluted, whether it be pathogens or nutrients or both. And I know septic systems aren't designed to reduce nutrients, but you know, that leaves us with pathogens. We've been testing out in the bay for decades, as you have on the inland lakes, and the number of pathogen problems are pretty limited. I'm just wondering, do we keep spending $60,000, $80,000 a year learning very little about what we're doing and harming our water quality, or do we put it off or put a moratorium on it for 6 months or whatever, find out if the district in their process can come up with any ideas that will actually deal with water quality. Because as I say, at the end of the day, we do these things only because we want to protect the water quality. But if we don't know if we're protecting the water quality and we're just, basically I look at it as speeding. You know, if you're going down Honey Harbor Road and you're doing, you know, what, 70 clicks and it's a speed limit of 60, you know, do you give somebody a fine because they're doing 70 when maybe they're not hurting anything? First, maybe that's not a good example, but anyways, I think you get the idea. If we're not fixing the problems that we know we have as water quality problems, predominantly nutrient based, then why don't we switch our focus and spend the money on something that is more effective? You know, I'll just say kind of one other key thing here. We just a few minutes ago declared a climate emergency. Well, almost. I think we need to be thinking about declaring a water quality emergency and start dealing with water quality issues. Certainly in Honey Harbor, we have critical issues that we have been burying our heads in the sand and pretending that they don't exist. But they do exist. And you don't have to be an expert to observe this firsthand. So I would prefer to see us shift the money into a more effective use to actually protect our waters.
When we first started the septic reinspection program, back in '98, we targeted systems that were 20 years and older, no records of sewage systems. During that time when we did go out, it would be nothing to order 20 or 40 new septic systems per year. But when you do the cycle and you go through the system, they should be getting better. And that's what we're finding now. They are getting better. They are getting more up to date. They are moving back to 30 meters when people do additions. So I'm not anticipating we're going to find the same problems. If we do keep finding the same problems, we've got a real problem. So it has gotten better because when we started the program, we did it based on what we thought was right. However, we weren't getting the numbers because you had to drive a little bit further to get to the properties. But at least we got the ones that were problematic. We eliminated them now. Now we're doing the clusters and they should be getting better. There should be less problems. This is the second time going around.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I would be in support of number 2, just to continue, because I think for the amount of money that we're spending on the septic reinspection program, I think it is catching, as Dave is telling us, is catching all the infractions that potentially are problems. And I don't think that we're spending, how much money have we got in the budget for this, Dave, per year?
We just, I think it goes by 78,000 for the student and for one of the inspectors that we get out and
Yeah,
do
okay.
the program.
It's my opinion that $78,000 is a small amount to pay to continue making sure that our septic systems and what you are checking is improving and not going backwards to where it was. I agree that we need to spend more money on our water quality to find out where we're having problems, but I'd hate to see this program stop completely because there are still some things out there, and as you say, it's getting better. But I think it's getting better because you do have that program in place, personally.
That 78,000 is also for somebody that's not just septic reinspection. They do other duties and then,
Well, and I think, if I may, it's important that option 1, which was only the mandatory inspections required by the Municipal Affairs and Housing,
yeah.
that's costing us 72. So all this extra inspection only costs us $6,000 or $7,000. Councilor Yanko.
I have to take, well, my knowledge of these systems, and I've been involved in water quality all my life, a proper operating septic system does not pollute. And if a property is properly designed, all those nutrients that are emitted from the mantle area of the septic, if you have a proper buffer system, all those nutrients should be absorbed back up into the bushes and trees. So there shouldn't be anything entering the water. The programs we've been running for years on the inland lakes have not indicated that there is a deterioration of water quality, and I've been doing it for 20 years. So for 20 years, I cannot say there's been a deterioration of water quality, and in fact, in some cases, it's been improving. But there are individual properties where there could be pollution, and you should be talking to your associations and get them on board to look at individual property that could be potentially polluting. But in general, the inland lakes, the quality has not deteriorated over 20 years, and that's both for bacteria and also for chemistry, so on. So I'm not convinced that septic systems are a major source of pollution to our water bodies. And if you do find that, then there's probably 1 or 2 septic systems, and that's where Dave comes in. If you know of a particular area where you do have a water quality program, I'm sure Dave will send in the inspectors again to find out what's going on. But I think it's behold us to talk to your association, to get them involved, but to get the township involved in individual property assessments to do water pollution, I think is a waste of time, because I think the majority of our systems are properly working, and if people build the buffer zones and have those nutrients absorbed, there should be no impact on our water quality.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, and I'd just like to say that we need to keep our eyes open, and I think we need to see what kind of report we get from the District of Muskoka. I do know that there are properties out on Georgian Bay where the septic systems are approved or not, they're not shut down, and yet they're right at, the manhole's right at the water's edge. In fact, last Sunday, I bet you they were underwater. That's how high the water is right now. I know that's our next discussion, but as part of our inspection system, I think we need to take a hard look at the locations where we've put in systems that are frankly non-compliant. They're not 20 meters, 30 meters back. They're 1 meter or no meter. So that's one. Two, we have issues with transmission pipes, whatever the right term is, between one island and another. And there's, I can name 3 or 4 of them out in the bay where there's pipes running from the main cottage over to a shoal, and that's where the holding tanks are, or a septic system. That's also a problem. The ice can take those pipes out. That shouldn't be happening. So I just think we need to take a really hard look at not just the status quo. I'm happy to suggest that in next spring, if we get some results from the district program, we need to learn from that, but also take a hard look over the winter months as to places that we should be inspecting where it just doesn't make sense that they were approved in the first place. So what are we going to do about it? Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I suggest you get a legal opinion. If you're thinking about looking at something that's got an approved sewage system from MOE or the township, you best be getting a legal opinion.
Because I think Councillor Cooper basically expressed he's keen on getting to the next topic, I'm going to read the motion, and I'm going to just fill in option 2 here. And the motion reads, be it resolved that council directs staff to move forward with the following option in the matter of existing developed properties with sewage systems. Complete only the mandatory inspections within the IPZ areas, approximately 99 inspections, as required by the Municipal Affairs and Housing, as well as the Source Water Protection Plan every 5 years, and a discretionary program that conducts a non-invasive site inspection looking for evidence of ponding water, sewage on the ground, outdoor showers, conveyance pipe infractions, sealed pump chambers, and effluent breakout. This is the existing program with approximately 600 inspections completed per year. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Next, Development Service Report 2019-109, Water Levels and Septic Systems. Mr. Fedori, back to you.
So I did make some inquiries. Council wanted me to look into it. I contacted the various other municipalities. I contacted the Ministry of the Environment. I asked them if they had any complaints in regards to failing sewage systems in high water. I received nothing. Archipelago hasn't received any to date. I did have 2 complaints that we did go out and look at those specific properties, and we found nothing was failing. I talked to some engineers, 2 engineers, about when a septic system is actually failing, when the tile field is in the water or if the mantle's got water caused by the change in wind direction. And they all felt that it was site specific. So meaning, depending on when we go out there, if we get a complaint, we go out there, and if the tile field's underwater, yeah, that's problematic. We would have to look at it and do an assessment and see what we need to do to stop that. And it may be something like capping off the septic tank if it's high enough above the high water and make it a full tank. See what's out there. To date, I haven't received any complaints from any ratepayers, which I find strange. I haven't received any infractions or anybody calling about sewage systems underwater. We did go out and look at them when the wind was the highest. And I just find it hard to believe that if the water levels are that bad and there's such a problem with the water and septic on Georgian Bay, we haven't received any complaints from anyone.
Councillor Cooper.
I guess on that note, in terms of complaint driven, I wonder if that's the best approach, because people aren't that knowledgeable about this in the first place, and I'm wondering if we should be more proactive, and I think that was the point of raising this issue when I first raised it some months ago. And I'm suggesting that all we need to do is look at properties that are very small, and they're Canadian shield with very little vegetation. I've already mentioned a few, but I've seen some where there's retaining walls that have been built for the mantle and the septic bed, and in high water they're getting washed out. No, you haven't heard from the neighbors. Well, doesn't mean there isn't a problem. So I guess I'm of the view that we need to be proactive as opposed to complaint driven. That's my view on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Dave, my question to you is that we know that the high water mark on Georgian Bay is a specific number, 177.4. Do you have the ability, or can you GPS every septic bed in the township on Georgian Bay to tell what elevation that mantle and septic bed are? And then you know when the water becomes a half a meter above that these particular ones are failing. I agree with you, you can't run around a boat in high water days and see which ones are underwater. But we do know what the high water is, and I know from my surveying experience and just doing work using GPS, you can simply put a pole there, press a button, it tells you what you're at. And I'm just wondering if there's a way moving forward. I'm not looking at a new policy, a new procedure, a new anything. I'm saying if it is a problem, which a councillor or two here are saying it is a problem, then we need some way of benchmarking, we'll use that word again for lack of a better term, the problem areas. And I can't see, if you have a septic bed that's at or below 177.4, you got a problem today.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point, but no, to the best of my knowledge, we have no way of getting that information for you. They're not, you'd have to have them all recorded and everything else.
So when we look at setbacks at the Committee of Adjustments, our planning department brings to us a topographical map showing the contour of the land and showing at what elevation the septic envelope would be at. And, you know, it may be at 180, 185, 190, depending on where it's going on the property. So we have those stats already for the newer stuff, yes. So my question is, I don't know how many properties we have in this township. You'd probably do. What would it take? Because we're talking tens of thousands of dollars here for a re-inspection program. We're talking almost $100,000 for a re-inspection. What would it cost for you to find out every single septic bed on a shore property, what the elevation of those septic beds are? Is it something that can be done in a couple months with one employee and the proper electronic equipment? I think we should look at something like this. So we have records currently, I don't know, since I've been on council, every single septic bed went in. I know the elevation, I can go and find it. But ones previous to me being here, I don't know. So I'm just wondering if there's some possibilities in the future we can get the datum and the data and mesh the two together and overlay the two and just see where the problems may occur in the future. Because I'm not sure this is the end of the rising water. I'm not building an ark yet, but I'm not sure that we've seen the highest water we're going to see. So I think it could be a serious problem down the road if it's not already, and I think we have to have some way of monitoring it, and I think an elevation of septic systems in this township would be key. Not a question, just a thought.
Councillor Douglas?
Just on that vein, Brian, are you, Councillor Wojcik, are you saying that there is some sort of way of measuring quickly by?
Oh, sure. Dave knows that too.
Okay.
It's very simple.
So maybe.
Any surveyor can do elevations. I mean, when we excavate, we have to know what elevation we're excavating to.
Okay.
It's pretty easy.
So my question would be, then, is there an opportunity when the,
Surveyor is the key word.
sorry?
Surveyor is the key word.
So there's no opportunity for any of our guys to do it? No?
Your
Okay.
worship, maybe I think what Councillor Bocek's talking about is some sort of a database that the township would
Yep.
have as a starting point. And when Mr. Fedori talks about survey being the key word, there's different levels of accuracy, obviously, and
Mhm.
surveying's the most
Accurate.
accurate. Are there GPS or other handheld units that an individual that isn't a surveyor might be able to do? Yes, that could be done. The level of accuracy might not be the same as a surveyor, but it might give you a baseline information of what's
Okay.
close and what's not.
So that was what I was going to actually say, is if there's some way of getting something that's close during the septic inspection program, if that is something that could be done while they're there fairly quickly to get as accurate as possible. Perhaps going forward, we have that information on every property that you visit. I don't know if that's feasible to do or
We can
no.
look at seeing if we can get a handheld device and then
Yeah.
go by that.
And just starting it from this point forward in all inspections, that you get that, and that starts the database.
Councillor Yanko?
Well, that's a good idea, to do that with your inspection program. But getting back to the idea of some systems may be underwater, especially when it comes next year, the water level goes up. I'm not quite sure why the communities themselves aren't involved in going around and taking a look at some of these low-lying areas and being able to report them to the township. I know if I lived in a community that had some of this potential, I would go to my association and say, hey, we need to hire a student next year to go around by boat and to all these islands and list those ones that are of our concern, and I'm sure then Dave can narrow that down and do some inspections. But I think this is something that community could get involved in and embrace as a significant concern. So I would look to the community to address this issue and then report to our staff, because there's no way that we can really justify one of our staff members running around trying to find all these systems which may not even exist. So I would encourage the various associations to get involved. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why we're pointing the finger at the township should be doing it.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas.
I guess my comment is that I think our ratepayers are expecting some services from the township, and this should be one of them. And I would just like to point out that we've done a study recently. We're still trying to work on the data, but there's a lot of electronic data that's available, and we're using it to identify the undersized island issue in planning. And you can see from some of the information that's available to us, and more that's coming in from new systems, these are satellite systems and so on, at least you're going to be able to identify where the septic bed is, how close it is to the water, with hundreds of pictures just like this. I probably have 80 or 100 islands with a cottage on them, and some of them are very tiny and have septic beds very close to water, so it's not all that complicated. And there's that data that's available to us. So I would suggest that sure, we can try and work with the community associations, cottage associations, etc., but I think we need to take a new approach to this matter before it gets any worse. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas, you had your hand up?
I did. Just to expand on that a little bit, I don't think it's up to our community, because that's very difficult. First of all, they're not trained. And I don't think they would want to volunteer sending one of their kids out to somebody's property personally, but I think that's up to our Dave Fedori and his crew. I would say, though, that if there's some way that we keep this program intact and maybe add to it in a way that could start some sort of program, that we have some data, that would probably make more sense. And if there are counselors that know, and I don't mean to be specific here, but if you know of properties that are in danger, I think you should let our department know what those properties are. Yeah, or maybe you have, I don't know, sorry, I don't know.
To that point, I just went around a very large area and took a yellow marker and said, this looks dangerous, and it's based on the same pictures I'm showing you here, which are tiny islands where there's a potential for a problem, and I must have highlighted 80 properties where we could have an issue.
Maybe you should give it to our,
And I presented it.
okay.
All right.
Councillor
So
Bochek.
part of the problem is, we don't just have staff sitting around waiting for something to do. So if you wanna throw some more staff at it, give us some more money, we'll gladly get out there and just devote them to clearly septic reinspection. We barely do the minimum building code inspections that we have to do by legislation without starting to go around looking at all different islands. Now, if that's where you want next year's septic reinspection program, to just randomly go to all these properties that look small and look at them, so be it.
That's an item that perhaps should be part of our budget discussion when it comes in front of us, is whether it's worth hiring additional staff, because not just on this subject, but a number of other subjects, I think we've all wondered how things could be improved if we have one or two extra staff. So I think that has to be part of our budget discussions. Councillor Bochek, I did recognize you a few moments ago.
Thank you. I think we're getting a little bit off track in going back to the septic reinspection program here, which we're not really talking about that anymore. We're talking about the effects of high water on septic systems. So Dave, just further to what I talked to about early, if you were to find out what septic beds are near Chardanum or barely above, you may find out that it's only 10% of the septic beds in this township, which means you can put 90% of these septic beds out of your mind and out of your thought train when it comes to high water. You're only going to deal with maybe 6% of the properties in the township or 3% of the properties in the township. So I think it's key that we get some sort of indicator of what properties are low-lying and are susceptible to their septic beds flooding. If you need funding for that, if you need personnel, if you need equipment to do that, and you think it's a viable way of targeting future problems, then I would suggest that you bring something back to council for approval on that if you need funding, staff, or equipment, because I think it's key. And I don't think you don't need to run to my house and inspect my bed. I'm a half a mile away from any water, okay? So we need to target the ones that are problems, and we have no identifier of which ones are the problems at this current state. So I encourage you or your staff to maybe bring something to council or to our CAO in the way of a report of how you think we can better serve our communities by identifying the problems that could be looming in the future.
Councillor Bochek, if I may, I'd like to take that one step further. I think earlier you were asking about, how many individual properties are in the township.
Mhm.
I have this vague recollection of 6,900 or something in that neighborhood. So let's say 7,000, just for argument's sake, of which probably 1,000 are an issue because they're on municipal service and all that. Now you're down to 6,000. If 10% are potentially problematic because their proximity to the high water mark or the shoreline, that's the 600 number, which is what we've been doing inspections. So maybe if we can somehow better target that 600, and then include in those reports, let me call it perceived risk threat based on relative height and proximity to the shoreline, that might actually get us that much closer going forward, because I am concerned that the water levels might go up. And if they go up, there'll be a few more systems that are, I greatly appreciate your report, and I noticed you made reference to the inland lakes, to some of the Muskoka lakes and their annual flooding and things like that. But I think what's important to note is they went through that flooding in spring, and then the rest of the year, they're not in a flood condition. Whereas some places on the bay, if the water levels are up, they're borderline flood conditions all summer. So that the timing, the much more significant time potential of exposure.
Some of it is the increase in the wind brings Georgian Bay up. But that's not for 365 days a year.
No.
Yes, the water levels are high. They have been higher, I'm told by different people. I'm also told that they've receded a little bit since the spring.
Depends on the day.
Next year, when it rain, I don't have a crystal ball.
Councillor Bochek.
It's been seen for economic reasons that targeted enforcement is the answer. The OPP have gone to it now. You don't go down Whites Falls Road and set up a radar trap if you know everybody's speeding on Honey Harbor Road. You do targeted enforcement. You identify the problems, and then you key in on those problems and you target them. And like I said, a lot of this township, nobody in Oak Bay has a septic bed, right? They're all on sewers and water. We have a lot of properties way inland, far away, that really don't need the inspection that you're giving. Because if they happen to leak, it has no consequences. The people that live on waterfront properties, there's a huge consequence. And I just think, and not reverting back to your septic inspection that we talked about earlier, but this high water is something we're gonna have to be focused on over the next, who knows, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Maybe it's all gone next year, but we can't take that risk. We know there's low-lying septic beds out there on islands and shore properties that we should identify and do target enforcement on them. And I would support that 100%.
With next year's septic reinspection program is target those spots. I agree.
Yeah.
And whatever the numbers are, because you may have more driving to get to these locations. It would be no different than when we started back in '98. The reason why we did clusters all in a row, it got you the numbers. You were looking at some systems that were only a year old, but you were also looking at the other ones. Now, if we're going to look at low-lying areas, there'll be more driving, but yes, that would be the most productive and it would make the most sense.
Every one of us campaigned on the environment being the #1 reason why we're where we are. And it's the #1 target in this township. So if we need to throw money at it, then let's throw money at it. We can divert it from other places that don't need it. But the water quality and the septic inspection program and the future of high water, I think, is our top priority. The environment is our top priority at this council table. So if you need funding to get this done, then I suggest your department come back to us and ask for the funding. And I don't think you're going to get a lot of pushback if you think it out.
Councilor Yanko.
Well, I don't think we need any more staff. I think instead of doing 600 next year, they'll concentrate on high water in Georgian Bay, same people. So we don't need new staff. But I would definitely agree that if you've got 80 or 100 or whatever sites that you can identify, give them to staff, and that'll be the priority next year. And maybe we'll only do 200 next year, but at least we're hitting the high targets, which is a high water.
Yeah.
Forget about the inland lake. We're not fluctuating that much. So, yeah, and then when the water goes back down, then you go back inland or whatever. But I think with existing staff, we can do the ones that have been identified or could be identified by whoever out in Georgia Bay next year, without increasing the budget.
I think what we've done is we've given staff significant direction at this point. I'm looking at the resolution that was originally drafted for this report, and I'm not sure it will necessarily meet with your approval. I'm going to read it, and I think any future discussion should be whether or not we want to modify this particular resolution. But I think that we've had some very good discussion, and which has included staff direction. But the resolution right now reads, be it resolved that council directs staff to deal with septic systems that may be affected due to the current high water levels on Georgian Bay on a complaint basis, which has been the township's standard protocol. And Peter.
So I'd like to take out that word complaint.
I was about to suggest that possibility.
And that we take a proactive approach, use the electronic tools that are available to us and other tools, check with our community, our councilors, who've already passed in a map as to where I think there might be some problems. And that's a long worded thing I'm saying here, but frankly, just change complaint-driven to a proactive approach to identifiable properties that might have a problem.
During high water.
What's already in there?
Thank you.
I'll use this as a first start. Right now, I've got, be it resolved that council directs staff to deal with septic systems that may be affected due to the current high water levels on Georgian Bay with a proactive approach.
Perfect.
And I think that leaves with staff to come back with, sorry, did you want to add some more?
I'm just wondering if there's a need for targeted enforcement to be added on to the end of that, because we are looking at aggressively pursuing septic beds that could be at risk, so sometimes that means compliance orders.
But the building code will look after targeted enforcement.
Will it?
I don't think you need to put that in there.
Okay.
It's part of the process anyway, wouldn't it?
Pretty much.
Are you ready to vote without the target approach? Right now, it reads again, be it resolved, the council directs staff to deal with septic systems that may be affected due to the current high water levels in Georgian Bay with a proactive approach.
This is huge.
Those are in favors as opposed to what? Then that's definitely carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fedori, for all your work on this and your input. It's greatly appreciated. Is everyone ready to keep on going, or does anybody need a short break? We'll keep on going for now. I'm sure you'll speak up if you change your mind. Unless I've missed something, I think the next item on our agenda is the Operations Report 2019-23, Pratt's Road Culvert. That would be over to you, Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple meetings ago, we were directed to go and see if there was any bedrock available in the vicinity of the culvert that we might have to deal with if we were to put in an additional culvert. We were also asked to speak to the regulators about what might need to be done or what work we can do. So we were hoping to do some boreholes, but that didn't quite pan out for a bunch of reasons. So we went and did a few test pits. We ran into bedrock on both sides of the existing channel. On the north side towards the lake, we didn't have any areas to dig on the south side, but we did do a bit of poking around in the water. And we're pretty sure we hit bedrock on the lake side, and we're not sure if we hit bedrock or if it was some sort of fill on the other side. It was just tough to tell. And we couldn't go digging or anything like that. We didn't have permits, and it's not good for the environment. So based on that, we also tried to speak to the MNR as well as Fisheries and Oceans. And that was very, very difficult, and I don't have an answer from them yet. What we've done is submitted a application for a permit to put in another culvert and to dredge in order to get an answer. They wouldn't meet us on site, and they wouldn't give us any advice over the phone. At least they wouldn't give me any. So I don't have that answer for you yet. There was some correspondence that went back and forth between the Lake Association and the one resident who really seems to be pushing this, and the Lake Association eventually agreed that you could reduce the amount of vegetation in the bay if a larger culvert was put in, if the road was basically raised so that there was more wind action going through the culvert, as well as some underwater fans installed to move the water. So we don't have cost for most of that, but we do have costs for putting in another culvert. And if council directed to go ahead with that and we're able to get the approvals, we'd like to do it this fall. And we would likely look very closely at putting in, instead of an additional culvert, a box culvert that would span about 8 feet, because I don't think the cost is much different. One more thing. We have an allowance in here for dredging at both ends of the culvert. Of course, we don't have permits for that, and we did receive a quote that was about 5 times higher than what we've put in there, which seemed astronomical to me, so I just left that amount for now. And if we do get direction to go ahead, it's possible we'll be coming back asking for more cash.
Thank you. One thing I will say before I turn it over to the council is that what I did appreciate the report, amongst everything else, was all the pictures going back. I think the oldest ones were from 1931, all the way up, which gives us a certain perspective of how this bay has looked over the last almost century. I mean, that one, 88 years ago, or I guess the one picture would be.
Thank you, Your Worship. One thing that wasn't included in my report, because I didn't have the answer, I hadn't seen it yet, is it is defined in an evaluated wetland as per the MNR. So they've gone through all kinds of wetlands, evaluated them using a scoring system, which is, the acronym is OWES, I believe, OWES. It's not provincially significant wetland, but it does have a score attached to it. Finding the score, no luck so far, but I'm looking into it.
Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, I've been quite involved in this over the period of last 5 years. Councillor Wianco has joined me on quite a few site visits, as well as the mayor gone up and seen the related problems and talked about different solutions. And I think that the latest solution of a box culvert is probably the best solution. There was some opposition to this in the beginning from the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association, but we did receive a letter from Frank Boddy, who's the president of the association, endorsing this project and stating that he agrees it will help to sustain good, healthy water and good, healthy environment within that bay. So I continue to support this project. It's been a long time in the coming. I would really suggest to our operations department that we source a number of different quotes from a number of different companies that could perform this work, because I, being in the business, seem to think that this is quite high for the work that's going to be performed. So I would ask you to do the diligence of getting maybe 3 or 4 quotes on this project and finding out what it's really going to entail. But I do support it.
To the mayor, that is our standard practice as per the procurement policy, contacting a bunch of contractors to give us quotes before we have approval to expend the funds. It doesn't do well with our relationship with contractors.
No.
And therefore, we've contacted 2, and this is the lower.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Just a quick review, how many cottages are on that peninsula of land, or how many people are directly affected by the current situation with that culvert?
There's 18 cottages in this small bay that are all directly affected. From 6 Mile Lake Marina is on the far west side, and then it comes in, goes through, there's a big body of water that comes through there, and there's a little tiny culvert on the other end of it to let the water back out. So there's 18 directly, and that's been part of their pursuit since 1985. They've been trying to get the changes done, because there is 18 of them there. They pay a total of over $130,000 a year in taxes, and they just feel that their efforts have gone all for none until 5 years ago when things started to progress, and the environmental assessments have been done, and the water quality studies have been done, and the road studies have been done. It's finally to a point now where I think all the information is here. It's a matter of pulling the trigger, getting the costing, and then getting approval in the budget so that it can move forward. I'm sure, and I'll ask this of our operations department, that before we proceed with this, it would be a budget item, would it not?
Through the mayor, what I've put in the resolution is that the funds be allocated now, because the lake drops in the fall. If we were able to get the permits, then it would be great to do this project in the fall. Otherwise, if it's approved, we'd be waiting another year.
Okay, thank you.
That's where it sits. It is not in the proposed 2020 capital budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, they dropped the level in middle of November, so this has to be done in December. So can you get final quotes by the next meeting in November that we can release the contract so it can be done in December? I don't think you can do it in January because there'll be ice. I guess they can do it through ice, can't they? Yeah, so this area will be all high and dry from about, say, the end of November until probably March. So we got about 3 months they can do this work. But they usually drop the water level 2 to 3 feet. So.
Through the mayor, if the funding is approved, we would be discussing this with contractors right away.
But you did say you require ministry approval, and you don't know when you're going to get that? Well, could that be a possible chink in the armor, so to speak?
It could be. We needed approval to put in the boat launches, and we were able to get that fairly quickly. I don't know if this would be on the same basis, or if this would be a similar process or not. I know we asked about 10 years ago for approval to do some dredging on the south side, so the bay side, and that was not approved, but they did give us approval to dredge on the north side or the lake side. I don't know if that dredging was done or not, though.
Thank you. Councilor Jarrett.
I have trouble approving something where we don't even know what the results of it are going to be after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's no guarantee that the flow through that area is going to be improved by whatever the heck it is we put in, short of restoring it to where it was back early on when there was either nothing there or a bridge. So I mean, for 18 cottagers, I sympathize, no doubt about that, but that's a heck of a price to pay for just for something where there's no guarantee of a result.
If I may add to that one, I found these pictures very interesting because all the pictures that were taken later on in the year showed that, I'll call it inner bay, covered with growth. So to me, it looked more like a wetland than a open water bay. Some of the earlier pictures, it would even suggest that the so-called island might not even have been an island. It's hard to tell, especially the one from 31. It looks like quite a solid band of trees going across where at one point there was a bridge, at one point there was a little culvert or a big culvert, or like it's gone through quite a history. So it's very difficult to know for sure. Let me call it its original natural state. So the photos of 31, when the water was a little bit lower, might be the closest. But I'm a little bit concerned, especially when they start talking about putting fans in the culvert and things like that. That we're toying with Mother Nature, maybe a little bit more than we should. And I clearly in the last half century, there have been more often than not a culvert of some sort in there. And right now, there's a culvert in there that's bigger than the culverts that were there for a number of years. Word of mouth says smaller than a culvert that was there once upon a time. Certainly, it'll be smaller than the bridge that was, at least I presume, that the bridge that was once there. But I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to put in a much larger culvert, and the net result will not be satisfactory to some of the cottagers because unless we artificially push water through that much faster. And I wish one of us had a crystal ball to know how it would turn out. But that is my concern is that and while I'm not against the idea of widening the culvert or putting one in bigger, I mean the idea of a box culvert, none of that, I'll call it, offends me, other than the price. But I'm concerned. I'm not sure if we'll get the results when we're done that some people are after. Councillor Douglas.
This is just coming from a very uninformed position here, but is there any better solution like going back to a bridge where it opens up completely?
I'll let you.
Yeah, I really don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because I have zero idea, but I'm just wondering is it the culvert that is the problem? Not.
Through the mayor, I believe in a couple of the 1960s era photos where there is a bridge, you'll see that there also appears to be some dredging through the vegetation in order to allow watercraft to move through. There's one line that goes to the culvert, there's another, or the bridge, there's another line that goes to a cottage. And it appears that even with that connection, there's always been a lot of growth in the bay. So.
Is that a no? No better than having a culvert?
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that it would be.
Okay. I mean, in my opinion, we've got 18 people out there that need to be, I guess, that's their only way of getting there, is it? Or they have road access as well? They have road access as well.
That's why the bridge is there.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, there is an expert that we have on staff that can tell us that, and that's through the SSCA. We have Robert Cunning, who is an expert in aquatic vegetation. I think if he saw that bay and given the issue about putting in a culvert and whatever, he could probably give you an opinion on how it would have an impact. That's his area of specialty, and we're paying for him. So there is an opportunity there to get some expertise as to what the impact would be with a bridge in there, and would it increase, or would it help with making improvements in the vegetation. So we do have somebody on staff that we're paying that could do that. So if you want to get his opinion.
Repeat that person's name, please.
Robert Canning.
Robert Canning?
Yeah, SSEA. And he's available anytime that we need him.
Councilor Bochek.
So in the report, I don't know where this underwater fan idea even came from. It was never talked about or mentioned. It must be something that one of the contractors has decided would be a part of it. The initial reason for this culvert being enlarged in size is year after year when I've been invited up in the springtime, the culvert that's there has a huge amount of flow through it. You see the weeds, they're bent down in the direction heading out, and that's because of the opening of the Pretty Dam and some other dams that release water from 6 Mile Lake down into the Trent Severn waterway. And these are the times where they want movement. They want flushing of this bay, and the only way to get flushing in this bay is during wind tides. You get movement in there, and when you open the dams in the springtime and in the fall when you release the water, you also get movement in there. To put underwater fan systems and that kind of thing is not what's being requested there. It's something that somebody's added into this, and I would not approve or even suggest that should happen. The problem is right now you've got a culvert in there that's about, to give you a relative size, half the size of that map on the wall over there. I think, if I'm correct, it's 70 inches? 72 inches round. The beavers dam it up constantly. Our operations department are constantly being called to get the beaver dams out of there to allow the water to flow. It hasn't been maintained. Maintenance has been an issue on this culvert, and collectively everybody agrees if there's a bigger culvert put in, the natural flow of water will increase back to what it was when they didn't have these problems on the bay, and that they wouldn't have the constant clogging of this small culvert by beavers and such. So the reports that were given, I don't know if anybody spent the time to read the reports by the environmental engineering company that did the report on it, said yes, the water would increase in flow naturally, and that it would affect and have some effect on cleaning up the water quality in that bay. That's what I've based going forward on this, that there's been studies done over the last 25 years. Now they're saying it's going to take, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but with replacing the culvert with a bigger culvert or putting a bridge in there, allowing the flow to be more natural, it's still going to take 20 years to make a change in this bay. This isn't going to happen overnight. It's gone in reverse since the smaller culverts have been put in. It's got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And to get it back to where it was, they're saying it could take up to 20 years once the new culvert is installed. So I think it's important you all have all the information associated with this. I am not going to encourage underwater fan systems. By increasing the size of the culvert, you're going to increase the natural flow at certain times of year and give flushing to that bay, which is going to improve the water quality. And that's why I do support this moving forward.
Mrs. Okash.
Just to clarify, the raising of the road and the underwater fans were the suggestion of the president of the 6 Mile Lake Association, not a contractor. It was in the email that was sent.
Okay, I didn't know where that came from, but that came from the 6 Mile Lake Association?
Councilor Jarvis.
Just piggybacking on Councilor Bochek's comments, if we need 20 years to see if something works properly. The most recent work was done in 2006. We'll now be waiting a few more years. to see if the 72-inch culvert that's there now, if that's what it is actually really going to be doing the job or not, before we do anything else. Just a question.
I think in the report, when reading through the report, which a few of us have read the report, the water quality has diminished over that time period. It's gotten worse.
Are you, I just want to confirm, Councillor Bochuk, you're referring to the report that was prepared by the consultant for the property owners?
Yes.
So that report was prepared after the culvert was removed and it was just a landmass put across, so there was no movement of water. And it spoke then to if you put a culvert back in, then 20 years and things will get back to the way they were. It hasn't discussed what's being proposed here. The culvert that's in place now is larger than the one recommended in the report from 20 years ago. So the study doesn't really look at the current conditions. It's speaking to the conditions in 96, maybe? Somewhere around there.
It was 95. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, unfortunately, there've been so many changes to this connection, if I can call it that, between the island and the mainland over the last 50 years. It's hard to know what a so-called baseline would be and what's getting better or worse. But the motion that in front of me reads, be it resolved that up to $110,000 be allocated for the doubling of the culvert on Pratt's Road in 2019 with funding from the Working Capital Reserve, and that a yearly allowance of $15,000 for dredging of both ends of the Pratt's Road culverts be included in the roads maintenance budget beginning with the 2020 budget. So I don't know if council would like to vote on this particular motion at this time, or want to see any changes to it, or do I just call the vote? Councillor Douglas, Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to see something happen here where there actually is good water flow and good water quality. But I'm wondering about the $15,000, if we could put that onus onto the owners, if there's any appetite for that.
Councillor Cooper.
And I was under the impression that we were going to consult with an expert that might be able to tell us whether this would work or not.
Well, one option we have is to defer this a month.
I think we need that information.
Especially considering the fact that, if I understood it correctly, the low water levels will be after our next council meeting, that no work would be involved until then. That would be another option we may consider. Would that how much grief would that cause you, Mr. Sokash?
None at all. None at all, Your Worship.
You're getting choked up all about it.
Yes.
Is there an appetite for deferral? Councillor Bochuk.
I would agree that if we're going to hire an environmental company to give us an opinion in the next 30 days, it would be worth it. The cost of an opinion is certainly a lot different than the cost of the actual construction work. Or no charge. No charge. Yeah. So, although I would like to see this move ahead because it has been a long time we've been working on this, maybe due diligence says that we wait the 30 days and we get an opinion, and we move from there. I mean, I'm willing to as always, support council's decision in any matter. If it's voted in favor, great. If it's voted against, I will certainly support council's direction on this. But if it's the will of council that they want to go another 30 days and get an opinion on whether this is going to improve the water quality, I'm willing to go along with that. But I don't want to see this die as it has done over the last, I don't know how many years in this township. I'd like to see some traction on this.
Councillor Yanko.
I think we still should proceed with getting the necessary permits. We shouldn't stop. We should continue trying to get the permits so they may become available in December or January. I didn't get a feel as to, do we have 3 quotes? Can we still continue with getting the appropriate quotes over the next 30 days? So come November, we have, we know if we're going to get the permits from the M&R, we'll have definitive quotes, what it will cost and when it can be done, and then we have, maybe we can bring Robert to our meeting, and he can talk about the potential impact on this wetlands if the water flows. So we can do all 3 next month. That might be something we can do. So,
I don't want
but
this-
I don't want to
sure.
stop and wait for an expert, then start over getting quotes. Let's do it at the same time.
I don't want it to be killed because of lack of knowledge.
Councillor Hazelton.
I've been listening intently, getting lost a little bit along the way, but I'll hang on to one interesting paragraph here, the summary where it talks about the existing culvert exceeds the size of the culvert recommended by the property owner consultant in '98. The effect of this larger culvert does not appear to have reduced the plant mass in the bay and to the satisfaction of the surrounding landowners. So I'm wondering, let's say we go and spend all this money and the local landowners are still going to be disappointed because it's not working. And I think that that right there says we need to be really confident that whatever we do is going to make an improvement. Otherwise, we're just wasting our money and probably setting a bad precedent for the township, because other people that have similar kinds of water movement issues may be going, oh, you're going to spend $110,000 for them. Well, let's put our hand up and let's do the same thing for us. Anyways, opinion.
Based on all the comments I've heard, I'm going to suggest we defer this until next month and do our darndest to come to a conclusion next month. And that gives you one more, Mr. Sokash.
Just for clarification, would you like me to try to get Mr. Canning to come to the meeting to speak to you on the matter?
I think it'd be great if he could have an opinion for us by that time, and whether
Okay.
he's willing to present it personally or through you, with whatever, if you can make it work, that'd be fine. It'd be nice to have him here, but otherwise, we'd hope to get a report from him. Hopefully you can get him on site.
Okay.
That'd be,
Thank you.
all right.
And as Councillor Wienko said, I think it would be a good idea for Brad to continue with his diligence in
Yeah.
getting 3 quotes in on this, because I really feel you take the underwater fan network, so a simple box culvert install is not 110 plus. Okay, and I think if we come back with a quote that says, you know, this is a $35,000 job, it's a whole different ballgame. So at the same time as, yes, I'll agree to a deferral on this for 30 days. In that 30 days, I want an opinion to come back, and I want the due process done on the tender or the RFP, so that we get an accurate amount that we may be putting towards this.
All right, I will consider this matter deferred. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and come back and finish off our agenda. Thank you. been gone for more than 5 minutes, so let's bring it back together. And the next on our list is the Honey Harbor 2020 update number 5. Mr. Sokash.
I'll take this to start, and I think this is a good news story, and I sound like Jen.
She's been
We put the 2 tenders out. We didn't get a tender for the work on the promenade. If we had received any bids, we suspect they would have been really high because of the tight timelines for completion of the work and the work having to be done partially in the winter, probably. We didn't receive any for the promenade. We went back to the funding partners, and we've received an extension to December 31st of next year. All right. October 31st of next year. So we can retender the promenade, and we're planning to do that in January, provided there's no council issues with this report. We also put out a tender for the docks, and we received 3 submissions, and they seemed fairly reasonable. The pre-tender estimate was about $800,000, and the low bid came in about $600,000. And the Tatham's thinks $600,000 is probably the price we would have gotten regardless of when we tendered it or when it had to be done. That is likely the right price. They'd up the pre-tender estimate just based on some of the timelines. So at this time, we're recommending award of the contract for the docks. That's the commercial dock, and the one set of private craft docks. And we're also suggesting that we re-tender the promenade, and we would do that in January when the contractors have had a bit of time to recover from the summer.
Sorry, just for clarification, you're talking, the dock tender that you received was for a large craft dock, and would that be 2 sets of small craft docks? Wasn't that the original design?
Through the mayor, it is only for 1 set of small craft docks. Just, we didn't have the funding confirmed for the 2nd set of docks. That's outside of any of the funding for this. Adding it, I'm sure, wouldn't be a big deal, but we haven't spoken to the Delawana either about it as of yet.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko.
I'm confused. Okay, does this amount of money, $600,000, include the cost of the large dock
Through the mayor, yes, it does.
and a number of small docks?
Through the mayor, 1 small dock with a number of fingers coming off of it, yes.
And there was supposed to be 2 of them, and I think one was going to be paid for by Delawana?
Through the mayor, that is correct, and that may be added to this in the future, but it's the Delawana's costs.
Yeah, okay, so they may tender it out themselves.
Or they may just speak to this contractor and request it to be added.
Thank you, that makes clear.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I wish maybe I should attend one of those CAG meetings. I drove by the other day, we were high water, and I noticed that some of the saplings on that shoreline and along the promenade were underwater. And I believe that the part of the work that's going to be done here is work on the actual shoreline as well. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. We looked at the 100-year flood line, which if the water was that high, it would actually be over the road. So we're looking at putting in a revetment along the front. I can't remember exactly what it means, but to deal with the wave action as well as the high water levels.
Right, and we're going with something that's a sloped approach to the shoreline there as well, right? As opposed to, what do you call the steel stuff you put straight down? There's a term for that as well.
I think oh no. It's not the steel stuff.
Okay,
It would be limestone rocks.
Yeah, but this is based on your engineering qualifications?
Sheet piling is
Yeah.
okay.
Sheet piling is good if you'd like my stamp. I'm happy to bring it to you.
Councilor Douglas.
Just a quick question, and sorry, I just walked in this a little bit late here. These 2 quotes that have come in, is there 3?
Keep going next page.
I can't get it up, that's the problem, okay.
It's 1.1 million.
Oh,
You're right there.
there's quite a spread between, yeah, thank you, I don't know why I can't get that. There's quite a spread in the prices. Are we comparing apples to apples here? I mean, I find it hard to believe that 3 contractors have come in at 3 pretty extreme prices. Like, it's quite a spread. So my concern is that, you know, cheap is not always the best. So are we comparing apples to apples here with each quote that's come in?
Through the mayor, yes, we are, and we had quite a bit of discussion with the 2 low bids. I can't remember who the high bid is now.
Keno, 195.
But there was White's is the middle and the funny name, the lower one. So we had, or the engineers had quite a bit of a discussion with both of them about the requirements, and there was an addendum put out after discussing the project with them, because they had made some good suggestions on how what was specified might be overkill and more than we need. So that addendum was put out. It was sent to everybody that took a plan takers list. There was the criteria that would be used for evaluating the different proposals as well. And based on that, we are where we are. We feel that they're, Tatham's has dealt with KNAP in the past quite a bit, and they've been very happy with their work.
So just a further question to that. In that proposal for the 3 contractors, is there aftercare included with that, or is this, here it is, and whatever happens to it?
Through the mayor, I think there's, if I recall correctly, there's, I would say, a short-term warranty of a couple years, because I think when you're going to have problems, it'll be 10 or 15 years down the road.
Possible with the ice, and, you know, you can have it in 1 year, so.
So if it's in the first year or 2, it's covered by warranty, and then the fun stuff after 15 years is not.
If I can just interrupt for a moment. The Director of Sustainability would repeatedly like me to say that we are going to retender this as soon as possible, not in January.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Sorry, we are?
Yeah.
Not the dogs.
Promenade.
Promenade.
We need to tender that as soon as possible. We can't wait till January.
Does that have anything to do with these prices here on the docks?
No, I just had to say, I was getting correct.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I just talking about docks right now. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wanko.
Just for clarification, this firm is, I think they're pretty large, and they're from Perry Sound, is that correct? And they do, I think they own Stanley Boats, and they're pretty big, as I understand. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, they are quite big, and I don't recall where they're based, but they have more than one location.
Segment. Yeah.
Oh, they're Quebec company, okay.
Right near Nobel, Carlin Township.
Yeah, that's why I said Perry
I
Sound.
thought they were in Sabre.
Crop in. Thank you.
Anyway, a little just north of here. Councillor Wanko.
Just a simple question. Are these going to be sprung docks? Are you going to force them down and like they do at the docks down at Park? Are they're sprung? I don't know what to call that, but they load them up and then they anchor them?
Through the mayor, I don't believe they are, because we have to deal with the fluctuating water levels.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Wojcik.
I'm going to follow along the same line as Councillor Douglas, that between our low bid and our middle bid, there's almost $250,000, and between the low bid and the high bid, there's $500,000. Was there any explanation from anyone to you explaining why there's such a staggering difference?
Through the mayor, there was some, I guess speculation would be the best, that the timelines were difficult. Everybody is very, very busy right now. And in order to get this done, they would have to pull people from other resources to get it done.
Mm-hmm. And is there any thought of an annual contract with any of these companies to come in after the ice goes out and realign and rejig and make everything safe on an ongoing basis once the installation is done?
Through the mayor, for the large craft dock, if there's any movement of it, we will have to have somebody come in and repair it. We can't do that.
Right, okay.
Councillor Douglas.
Well, not to sort of beat on the same drum here, but have we any explanation of exactly how this is to be constructed for this money? I mean, for those of us who do construction, we have a little bit of an idea of what's going to survive. Maybe the rest of council might want to be informed.
Through the mayor, the submission from CNAP actually had the detailed design drawings in it. So they've been quickly reviewed by Tatham just to ensure that it meets our requirements. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Not really, because, you know, if that's the case, only one has given us that kind of detail?
Yes, but there was a scoring, there were preliminary designs that were required with the submission. That was part of the scoring. So whoever submitted would have been scored on that. It was timelines that there was scoring, and there was cost where there was scoring.
Okay, thank you.
The motion I have in front of me reads, be it resolved that council directs staff to defer reissuing the promenade tender and the award of the dock tender until clarity on the project funding has been received. This, huh?
That's not the resolution.
Then how come that? Okay, ignore that, please. Wrong one, I apologize.
Do you need a copy?
I don't know, do we? Or do I scroll down? Be it resolved that council directs staff to award the contract for the pleasure craft and commercial dock to Crop Industrial Inc. in the amount of $608,680 plus HST, and that staff reissue the promenade construction tender. All those in favor? Okay, that carries, thank you.
Did our Director of Sustainability ask that we immediately send out for a retender for the promenade? Do we need to add that to the resolution?
No, we don't.
We don't? Just as direction?
That would be part of the extension agreement that we have with the funders. So I just was out of the loop for that part.
Okay. So our next item of business is the Segbay request, and Councillor Wienko, you put that one forward, I believe.
Yeah, they finally got around to submitting a letter requesting that a councillor sit on the Chamber of Commerce, and this is a non-voting member, similar to what the councillor from Severn Township sits on their board, and he's a non-voting member, just to provide a connection. Yeah, ex officio position, and it just basically involves a conduit between the townships and the local chamber.
And
I'm willing to put my name forward if
That was
no
my
one
next
else is going
question.
to nominate me.
You're volunteering yourself as that potential candidate. Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Well, I would support Councillor Wienko's bid to be on this. I do want to make comment that being an ex officio member is nothing more than presenting minutes to the council, which can be achieved without you being a councillor as a board member, sitting on the board. Simply the minutes of their meeting update would give us what you're going to bring to us. And my fear is that also when the chamber comes to us for funding or for approval of projects, that particular councillor has to declare a conflict of interest and is not going to be able to vote. And so I wouldn't put myself in that position personally, but if you're looking for support for you to sit on the board, I will second the motion and put you there.
Councillor Wienko.
I know in Severn Township, Mark votes. But I think we need to get a letter. I think we got a letter from the legal on this, didn't we, JR?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. No, I think, I want to support them, but I think with the ex officio, you can actually, as a councillor, vote.
I wouldn't risk it
And
myself.
so I think I need a letter from our lawyer on that, or even from our integrity commissioner,
I think it was the integrity commissioner that sent
Yeah.
us something, so I can look that up.
Yeah, look that up.
Chris Zikas made comment.
Councillor Cooper.
I think we also got an opinion from Chris Tasikas, who advised not to do this as a board member. I think that's what his letter said. But that's going back like a year or two now, so it might be.
No, maybe you should defer this until we find out.
I think you might want to find out about that, but we did get an opinion that it was not a good idea.
Yeah, okay, if you can find out, get the opinion from both the integrity commissioner, from Chris, and then we'll defer this till next month.
I think that makes a lot of sense. We know there was a little sensitivity to council-Segbay relationships in the past. We don't want to reconnect without making sure everything's appropriate for all players involved.
Especially in the sandbox.
We'll consider that deferred. Item 11B we've already issued, so 11C is acting CAO Gunby and her many colors.
I'm not going to spend nearly as much time on this month as I did last month. So this calendar is given to you, and it is the exact same schedule we currently have, and that is it.
You mean you didn't even change the dates to match 2020 versus 2019?
No, we're just going to redo 2019. It was such a fun year.
Whoops, Councillor Cooper.
I'm in favor, but I'd like to thank the CAO, acting CAO, for all the work you put into the first calendar. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jarvis.
In light of this past weekend being rather busy for a number of us, I don't know if it was busy for all of us, to kind of get our ducks in a row for a meeting, would it be possible to consider maybe having planning council meetings not following a long weekend? Just a thought.
I don't even want to comment, I'm not going to lie.
I'm here.
Part of the challenge is the week, we generally have our township meetings the second week of the month, and the district has it the third week of the month. So when we start messing around.
Okay, that's fine.
Councillor Bochek, are you wanting to comment or just forgetting to turn your mic off? That answers that question. Be it resolved, the council adopts the 2020 meeting calendar as circulated. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Thank you. So much work going on those squares.
Okay. Next item, letter of support for Cogeco.
So this letter came to us from a Cogeco representative. Staff met with someone from Cogeco to talk about their future plans in the township and throughout Muskoka. And the CAOs recently met with them also. And so they would just like a generalized letter from the township. And this actually is going to be signed, if approved, it's going to be signed by all the mayors in the district. And it just states that we support them applying for funding and things like that, but it doesn't tie us down to only having them be one of the suppliers in the area.
And if I understood it correctly, their original letter did tie our hands in.
That is correct,
Yes.
so I've changed it.
I think it's an important change.
Yes.
Councillor Yanko.
I'm still confused as to what we're going to get by supporting this. When they talk about the Township of Georgian Bay, is this something that the remote parts of the township are going to receive some better reception, or what? Like, we've had a lot of people in here saying, well, we've got to bring a new internet, and we've got to have the best, fastest internet. It all ends up in Port 7 or MacTier, and everybody else in Georgian Bay or Inland Lakes get nothing.
Yes.
They don't get any improvements. Is this going to improve anything besides the local communities?
It might not improve anything. This is just a letter stating that we support them applying for funding to do work in the township. So there's no actual legitimate, there's no guarantees.
Councillor Cooper.
So just for clarification, essentially, they want to be able to bid on business for the Township of Georgian Bay, and they might be one of 5 different companies.
Exactly.
And so we're just saying, sure, go ahead.
It's very similar to when Rogers comes or Bell, and they just need a resolution from us supporting their application for funding.
Well, theirs is more specific. This is just general.
Be it resolved, the council endorses in principle a joint letter of support along with the District of Muskoka member municipalities for Cogeco connections projects and government funding applications. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, now we had, okay, thank you. Topic 11E is removal of bin sites. Councilor Rienko, do you want to lead off the conversation or not? I'm asking.
Well, this is to do with the engineering committee I'm on at the district. They wish to bring a strategy to our committee next week, and that strategy will indicate that the district likes to get rid of all the all the non-approved bin sites in Muskoka, and trying to find out what the impact will be on our township is like, we just can't find out. We got indications that it was going to only involve 2 bin sites next year, but now we understand it's going to be 11, but we don't know which of those 11s there are. And there's 27 bin sites, 29 bin sites in the township. I don't know if that's all of them. We have some certified sites, and we have a lot of uncertified sites, so we really don't know a lot. And so I'm in the position next week to vote on a strategy without direction from our township. And it's very frustrating to say, okay, I'm going to support the strategy and then find out there's going to be major impacts on our township. Or there may not be any impacts, I don't know. So I was hoping that the district would come here today and outline their plan for our township, and then we could all hear it, we could all support it or not support it, and I get some kind of flavor for what I should be doing next week at this committee meeting, because once it's passed by committee and then it goes to district council in November, it's a done deal. Basically, we told the ministry what we're going to do about the bin sites in the Township of Georgian Bay, and I have no idea what the plan is or what the alternatives are. If we get rid of all the bin sites, well, what are the alternatives? We have a meeting on Friday, we might find some more information, but all of council won't have that information, and they won't be able to give a joint response.
I share Councilor Rienko's concerns. Having discussed this matter with Fred Yon of the district on a number of occasions, I'm frustrated because he has not shared the report with us, and so forth. We don't know what's in it. I'm frustrated because at one point he told me that, when I said, well, we need more time to come up with what we're going to do, he advised me that, well, only 2 bin sites would be removed next year. And then he later on shared a letter with us from the ministry saying that, I forgot what the number was, 20 or something we're going to be.
11. He wanted 11 done by next year.
11 done by next year. Where there's been, as far as I'm concerned, next to zero discussion on how they're going to be replaced. That all those bin sites, and I don't care whether he's removing 2, 11, or 32, all those bin sites have garbage in them. Where is that garbage going to be next year? And I think that needs to be discussed. Now, I've drafted up, and it's just based on correspondence I sent out, I've drafted up a potential resolution, and then I'm going to read it, not because I'm going to ask you for your vote, but as a starting point, further point for the discussion. What I've drafted up is, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay does not support the district's plan to remove bin sites in 2020, and that the Township of Georgian Bay does not support the Province of Ontario's stance that bin sites pose the greatest risk to human health and environment. That's all in quotes from the report. And that the Township of Georgian Bay requests the Province of Ontario extend the time for review and identify appropriate alternatives prior to the removal of any bin sites. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
So just for clarification, the initiative that's coming from the district, though, is it not due to the provincial government insisting that this be done? So they're executing based on a decision that was made from on high. So I'm not sure that I mean, we can discuss it, and yes, we should say the things you're saying, but the reality is it's probably gonna happen.
My concern is when I discussed this with Mr. Yan, he seemed to have zero appetite of going back to the province saying, do you realize we have unique challenges here? And I think he's failing without doing that on top of all this. You can't not just, and again, we have not seen his plan that he has to file with them. You cannot plan to remove bin sites without telling us what the alternative is.
Agreed, and
Yep.
I'm in favor of all that, I'm just saying,
Well, yes, we do, it'll be uphill. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Douglas.
My understanding is that it's government bin sites, not private bin sites. That's what Fred highlighted for us in our last meeting. So for a private individual, private entity to go, proceed with bin sites is still an option. Personally, when I look at the garbage problems we got in the township, my recommendation is nuke all of the bin sites, nuke all of the garbage sites, except for the 2 transfer stations we've got, and then let all the private entities solve the problem in a way that delivers good customer service to our residents. And so, for example, out in Georgian Bay, everybody has to go through a marina, unless you have road access, but if you have to go through a marina, you have access to a private entity that can deliver excellent quality customer service, and they can do that for a token amount. And my calculations, as I shared in our last meeting, was like something like $56 a year per cottage property. And I think that rather than pushing back against the wave coming at us, we should be looking at saying, okay, you want to take them away? Take them all away. Let's solve our own problem in a cost-effective manner, delivering true customer service. Because when you talk to your residents, your voters, the only thing they get is garbage, and it's terrible. So let's fix the problem. Let's forget about these guys that think they're delivering us a service, which they're not. Let's fix the problem ourselves under our own control and help these private entities solve the problem in a much more cost-effective, better quality service.
If I may, Councillor Hazelton, what you're proposing is absolutely a direction that should be pursued. I mean, what I've understood is that if you're going to have a private bin site, it needs to be licensed. And we don't know, I don't have clarity yet on what that's going to take on those marinas to create a licensed bin site. So that's one of the things we have to find out.
Because he's done a private license, or he has private bins on township property, private.
Mr. Sokash, what are you aware of as licensing private bin sites?
So Brad, you have several bins on township property that you privately contract, and could you help us understand the licensing challenges, if any, you had in getting those bins?
Came out of the blue. My recollection is they are licensed under the hauler's license. That is my recollection.
But if I may, for the haulers, my understanding is the new provincial regulations will change what they're allowed to do or not do. In other words, even if, pick your favorite marina, and they make a deal with a private hauler to have bins and take them away, the site where those bins are located on that marina will have to meet certain provincial regulations. And whatever that cost is and what those regulations are, we're not sure yet. That's what we have to try. And that's why we say they can't say they're going to take away the bin sites until we've had a chance to explore options. And I think your suggestion would have to be in the short list of options. Now, I've forgotten the order I had here. I think it was Bocek. I've forgotten. I apologize.
Alphabetic. My only concern with this is, and I agree with Council Hazelton on this, we obviously pay a substantial amount to the District of Muskoka for our waste management, our curbside pickup, our bins, et cetera. I didn't see anywhere where he was gonna offer us back $150,000 in a credit when he removes the bins. So if they're gonna take away a service, they better take away the cost associated to that service as well too. And if those come back into our coffers, then we can reallocate that money to help set up or use our Director of Sustainability to work with our marinas and figure out how we're gonna combat this issue, because we need bins here. It's impossible to, cottagers aren't gonna take their garbage back to Newmarket with them, right? They have to have a place to put it, and if they come off the lake and the transfer station's closed, well, they need a bin to put it in. So I would suggest we discuss with Fred DeJohn up there, the cost that these bins were costing us from the district, and that money come back to us if we're not using it.
Councillor Cooper, Councillor Douglas, Councillor Rienko, Councillor.
I'm in agreement with sending this letter, but I really do think that we need to zero base our thinking about waste, about everything, in terms of the services that we get. Is it illegal for us to do our own work as opposed to giving money to the district? I'd like to know the answer to that question. I don't know that there is. We could just simply say, we don't want you doing this work for us anymore. So that's consideration. Why do we in Honey Harbor have 3 levels of service? We have curbside, we have marinas, and we have a transfer station. Really? And most people don't want to put it out on curbside because they're going to have a bear tear it apart. So I guess my point is that I think we need to start all over again. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas?
Thank you. Is there any indication in the letter or with Fred Young as to what he means by 2020? End of 2020, or was there an indication? The beginning. So I think where the fall down is for me on this, because conversations I've had with Fred, is there was going to be a process that we had an opportunity to figure out what we're going to do in the interim to get it to that point. And eventually, yes, I understand that is what the province wants. So it just looks like the province has put the pressure on and just is pulling the plug, which has not given us an opportunity whatsoever to discuss all these things that we're talking about right now. And I really would like to know that there is some pushback here that's going to go to Fred Young as to pushing back on the province. We haven't had the time to discuss what we can do in the interim. And I agree that we need to do something that could maybe privatize, garbage is big business out there, so I highly doubt you could do it for $56 per household per year. Just a thought, but I mean, there needs to be some sort of process here that we have an opportunity to have district push back a little bit to give us some time. I mean, I agree with everyone else. Even if you were to get to the transfer stations, that many people doing an exit on Sunday nights, what do you think the lineups are going to be like at the transfer stations? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Especially if you have to go across the weigh scale every time.
Yeah. Well, you may not, but nonetheless, it is going to be a problem. We're not set up for that whatsoever.
Councillor Rienko.
No, this is why I say this is a very significant issue for all of our taxpayers, because first of all, they don't even know it's going to be happening. And so as soon as they find out they're going to lose their bin sites, as you say, that's all they get for the taxes. Now, when it comes to bin sites at marinas, that's what they're trying to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of bin sites close to the water because they say bin sites is a pollution source, which I disagree. Raw garbage is not a pollution. Decomposing garbage, yes, dumps are pollutant. But even if you have raw garbage on the ground and it's picked up and put in the bin the next day, we're not talking about a pollution. So really, this is really a non-issue. But the ministry says they want to get rid of all these sites because of the environmental concerns. And if you want to have a bin site at a marina, you've got to get a certificate of approval. I can guarantee you 110%, you will not get a certificate of approval for a bin site at a marina. That's not even going to be on the cards. They can try, but there's a whole process. I've worked with the ministries. I've got certificate of approvals for air quality and water quality issues. It's really difficult to get a certificate of approval, and the marinas will not even want any part of that. It's just a whole bureaucracy that they won't even want a part of that. So I doubt if you'll get permission for bin sites at marinas. Now, there is 3 certified sites in our township. One in Honey Harbor, one on South Gibson Lake Road, and one up at 12 Mile Bay. They are certified sites. They have a certificate of approval number, and they went through the process. They're not going to be involved in this reduction of bin sites. However, they could end up being manned. And so any value you might get by getting rid of all the bin sites at Go Home Lake or at your marinas, I think that cost is going to be eaten up with having to man these other sites. Because the transfer sites cannot handle a doubling of the work of the disposal that has to happen on a sunny night. Everybody coming out of Honey Harbor would go north to White Falls Road and into the bin sites over the scales. There's going to be a backlog 2 miles long. People aren't going to do that. So this is why we have to consider alternatives. There may have to be a manned site in Honey Harbor. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. There should be a manned site. Go Home Lake. They have no certified sites. You've got 450 homes. Where are they going to put their garbage on a sunny night? They're not going to go over the scales at Baxter. And if they come to the one at 33, they got to do a 3-point turn just after a bend in the road. It's going to be an accident. So all this has to be taken into account. So how can we support a strategy where we don't know the end game? And we don't even know what's going to be taken away next year. We don't know when the rest of them are going to happen, and so on. So this is a major issue, and none of our taxpayers have been informed. I think associations are kind of aware of it and watching it. But when our taxpayers find out that there won't be any bin sites at any of the marinas or at Go Home Lake, there's going to be hell to pay.
First of all, Councillor Jarve, do you want to add anything before we go doing the next round of councillors?
Sure, just something that's just off the top of my head. I strongly suggest that if they're going to give us curbside pickup throughout the municipality as an option, I could probably go for that. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. So, exactly. So, I'm very much in support of what we're proposing here. By the sounds of things, we're going to be with our backs against the wall here really soon.
And then Councillor Douglas?
At the district, I think you can take the consensus that you feel from here, but to me, it seems like a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors. You read the report, it's because of hazards, it's to human beings and things like that. You know Fred John sat at that desk 3 months ago and said that 90% of what's collected in these bins does not get recycled, it goes directly into the landfill. And by having monitored, manned transfer stations where they say, okay, your metal goes here, your cardboard goes here, your tin cans go here, and everything else, that stuff gets recycled. What goes into these bins is everything, and it just ends up in a landfill. And I think really when he came and explained that to us and sat here and spoke to us, I knew that this bin thing was going to be coming, but now it seems like they've come up with some new reasons that are maybe more palatable for everybody, saying, oh, it's dangerous to humans if you have these bins at sites. I don't think that's the reason at all. I think it's because everything that goes in those bins is ending up in a landfill and not being recycled, where if it's manned, it's all being recycled. So I'd like to get some clarity on this. I would like to get the provincial policy statement on this. I'd like to see what they've written down to the district, which we don't have, which I really would have appreciated if it was attached to our agenda. Because I think there's more to this than what we're getting out of our public works department up there at the district. So I'm not in favor of supporting a resolution at all and giving them the right. And even if it's provincially mandated, I'm not going to support it. I think there's more to this than what meets our eye. And hopefully you'll find out in these meetings you have next week about what the real story is. I mean, if it's for a purpose of 90% of our bins are going directly into a landfill, that's a whole different story. But to say that I've never seen anybody get attacked at one of these sites. I take my garbage to a bin, even though I have curbside pickup. I take mine to a bin, and I feel very safe. I don't know what they're talking about being dangerous. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of dumpster divers in this township too that appreciate what we throw in there. That's true recycling. That's true recycling. But you know what? I think there's more to this than what we're seeing, and I'd like to see what the province has to say so we can form our own opinion.
Councillor Douglas.
I just have a question in regards to process, Paul, when you go to your meetings. How difficult is it to get a deferral so that they don't make a decision on this until they actually come and speak to us? Do you
They-
think you have
okay.
support? Yeah.
They,
I just-
they wanted to pass the strategy last, well, first of all, they committed to the MOE, MOCP, I guess they call it now, to submit the strategy by the end of September. And they got a 2-month delay. So now they have to submit it by the end of November, which means it has to come to committee in October, district in November, and then go to the MOE by the end of November. So something, they have committed to giving something to the MOE, a strategy, of how we're getting rid of our bins by the end of November. So that's why I'm under pressure next week to vote on the strategy, which we'll see when we get our package. They won't give us a letter until, because it involves the whole district, so they can't give us a sneak peek at it. Everybody's got to see it at the same time. Same as our own reports here. The staff won't give you a sneak peek at a report. We all get the reports at the same time. Same thing with the district. They won't tell us what's in the report. They've talked to the MOE about the strategy. The MOE has seen it, and they didn't like it. It's because it said two sites next year. Now the ministry says 11 sites. So the ministry has seen it, but the councillors haven't seen it, the committees haven't seen it, and they won't see it until the agenda comes out. And so I don't know. This whole idea of environmental issues, it's not an environmental issue. Really it is. They're just trying to get rid of the bin sites.
Okay, just supplement question, if I may. Is this something that would warrant, when do you want to do it? Doing a special meeting for it? To get more information, do we have time to do that before, or you still wouldn't know?
No, we'll know when we get our packages. We get it, we'll probably get my package by Friday.
And where's Fred Young? Why is he not coming here?
I was hoping he would come today. That's
Okay,
what the
what about
idea.
between
He would
now
come
and
and answer some of these questions, but,
Can we get him here between now and we have a special meeting?
well, we could do that if you
But-
wanted.
It's one of those
but,
issues that I
But here's the problem, if I may. We don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know what is in that report. We don't know what they're going to propose. We do know that we have not had any active input into it. They had these so-called public meetings, and when back here, one couple showed up. Full stop.
They're on door-to-door.
Yeah. So they've not collected our input. We don't know what they're thinking. We know that part of it is mandated by the province. But, I mean, to me, I think it makes perfect sense to pass a resolution or two here that basically says to the district, we are not pleased, and that we cannot support, even though I'm told I can't write anything in the negative. So this is, we're supposed to defeat a motion that says we support the province. I'm sorry, that's not,
I know.
I want something that tells them to go to hell. I mean, that tells them that, hey, wait a minute here, this is an issue that is very different from what they experience in downtown Toronto.
So, again, my point, is if we have Fred Yan come and explain to us what that strategy is, would he, between now and Friday, or not?
If the report is issued, as an agenda package by, it should be out by this Friday, I think. I usually get them on a Friday because this meeting's on Wednesday. So, if we had a meeting on Monday, we could probably all have a copy of the strategy that will be going to my committee and to district in November and then to the MOE.
It's quite possible when he's here Friday afternoon,
You might have it.
he might have it with him.
But then again, all of council will not see it. So we cannot get a council resolution after Friday unless they have a special meeting.
Well, that's why I'm asking about the special meeting.
We have quorum. Peter's here, I'm here for committee of adjustments, Peter's here for the committee of adjustments. We need one more council for quorum.
No, I don't think that's fair to people who.
But I think even if we see the strategy on Friday, even if we discuss it with Fred, it will not have given us any time, because I'm 99.9% sure we won't be satisfied with it.
And I'm not convinced that I can convince my other members on the committee not to pass a strategy, because the district have put themselves under a time frame of having something to the ministry by November.
But I think it's actually the ministry that put that time frame on them.
Well, they put it end of
But-
September, and the district got a 2-month
Yeah.
extension on that. I doubt if they'll want to get another month extension. So I'm gonna have problems, even with this resolution. I may have problems convincing
Yep.
my other members up there. I think you should probably be there on Wednesday to support me.
Is that Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon?
Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock, to support me on this, because if we make a good argument, quite often, other townships will support another township who's having trouble, and we may not get it, they may be able to turn it down, and then feds and then districts in a difficult issue. So I would like to have you there on Wednesday, and two of us maybe argue and get the other ones to agree with us. If not, the strategy's got to go forward. Whatever it says.
Then we'll have a whole separate discussion. Councillor Jarvis.
Have you talked to other mayors within the district?
I can tell you that Mayor Harding of Muskoka Lakes is very frustrated because he has a certain percentage of water access only. And, you know, it was, acting CEO Gunby might agree or disagree with me, but I think I listened to his frustrations and thinking, yeah, multiply that by 5. And he was very frustrated. So yes, some do.
Muskoka Lake and our township are the majority of bins. The Lake of Bays have no bins. Huntsville, Bracebridge, and Ravenhurst have door-to-door. So it's mostly us, and a little bit of Muskoka Lakes. And I don't know, Mayor Harding, I don't know where he stands on that. He may.
Councillor Cooper.
Information in terms of Lake of Bays, which has a very high seasonal residence population, but 90% are sort of close there. 90% of their seasonal residents are drive-to. So they have, I think, 3 transfer stations, and that's it. Is it 2 or 3, and that's it. Everybody, whether it's permanent residents, seasonal residents, but they're all drive-to. So they drive either, I think, this way around Lake of Bays or this way, and so they have to go by the transfer station. I guess they're manned often enough that it works. It's been working for years, but I don't think we've got a very unusual situation. Just for information.
Well, and if I may just add to that, because I've talked to a couple of people, like in Lake of Bays, because it's within driving distance, you will, from your seasonal residence, get in your car and deliver the garbage, totally separate from your trip going home. Whereas when you're out here on a water access only, you want to get in your car full of your luggage and your children and have 3 bags of garbage perched precariously on the roof while you drive down the 400 to the transfer station. It's not realistic.
Kind of that loosely, then they're gone by the time you get home.
Okay, so let's, I want to reword this because you don't like the negatives, but I don't like the softness of it now.
No, I know. So we could defeat this. You could not read this and just read this. That isn't as pointed as this.
All right, so here we have one, and well, we'll discuss it before we even bother trying to get a mover and a seconder. Be it resolved that Council requests the District of Muskoka to petition the Province of Ontario to extend the review time for the removal of bin sites and the need to identify alternatives prior to the removal of any bin sites to ensure appropriate waste removal.
If you wanted to add something on there to make it a little more bite, you
Yeah.
could say something like, you know, council also wishes to express its frustration at the lack of information or something like that. But you can't put council does not approve because it has to be worded in the positive.
Councillor Hazelton.
One of the things we've talked about, but it's not in your motion yet, is highlighting the uniqueness of our water access communities, which differentiates us from everybody else. So when I heard you read that out, I thought, ho-hum, if I don't think water access properties, it's like they're just whiners. But we are different. And somehow I think we need to get that message through in the motion or in the communications so that they can't just lump us into everything else. And I think Councillor Cooper's example of Lake of Bays is perfect. The enormous number of properties, mostly road access, they don't have a problem. We have a very different characteristic, and somehow we have to get that reflected in the communication. My opinion.
If you can go home to Georgian Bay, I would say over half our population is water access.
almost exactly that, over the whole township. But like the coast of Georgian Bay and Go Home Lake are 85% water access.
You know, we did this fast, it's almost time.
So
But the point is that saying that we don't support the strategy? We cannot support the strategy? Because that's what I have to vote on. I have to vote on the strategy. So if it doesn't say you know, if it doesn't say we don't support the strategy, then I have a problem on that.
Oh, you can boldly not support it without a motion.
No, but it should say, I mean, that we cannot support a strategy unless.
There's a solution found, right?
Well, alternatives are discussed.
Yeah, or discussed.
Councillor Hazelton.
Michelle Quinn or Quinn Michelle, whatever, from the district, sent out a Muskoka's waste management strategy email this morning at 10:37. Is everybody, are we cognizant of that? Because they are continuing their community outreach. And on Wednesday, October 30th, they're having another meeting, and they are talking about having, you know, additional opportunities for input and feedback. So I'm wondering if what Councillor Wianco is suggesting, that he might be forced into voting on something. It looks like, according to this, they're continuing their research into the community to get feedback and input. So,
To clarify, what I have to vote for is a strategy next week, not on diversion options and so on, not, one issue, of course, is like mattresses. Mattresses shouldn't go into garbage dumps. They should be recycled and so on. How do we get people to separate the garbage properly? That's all part of this review. But what I have to vote on is a strategy of how the district is going to get rid of some of these bin sites next week. But there's all kinds of other things going on with the district about how they're going to fine-tune the solid waste and diversion and so on to get up to their quotas for diversion and so on. But this survey is fairly broad-reaching, but it doesn't address the strategy per se.
We'll try this as another start. Be resolved that due to the unique portion of water access only properties and the frustration surrounding the lack of information from the district, Council requests that the District of Muskoka petition the Province of Ontario to extend the review time for the removal of bin sites and the need to identify alternatives prior to the removal of any bin sites to ensure appropriate waste removal.
Sorry, sorry.
And do we have to do anything when we hit 4:30, or can we just keep on going?
You need to pass a resolution to extend because of the procedure bylaw says you have to.
Can all those in favor of passing a motion to extend beyond 4:30? Thank you. Well, Paul moved it and Peter seconded it,
But
so that we can keep this discussion going.
we didn't mention strategy, and that's all I'm voting on next week is a strategy.
No, but I want this to say more than just
Oh,
strategy.
yeah, I agree. But the point is, what you said there is going to be done over the next 5 years.
My
You know, we have
issue,
all this
yeah, but
5 years.
except that they're saying next year, 2020, a whole
11,
bunch of bin
11,
sites.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but that could change from week to week, and that's my issue,
Of course.
is that they want to remove all sorts of bin sites, and they've not given us a hint
I know.
of how they're going to replace that service.
But we cannot support the strategy until we have this discussion. That's what I'm trying to get you to do.
Yeah. Ms. Schneider, do you want to add to the conversation?
Strategy is important because the strategy needs, through you, Your Worship, the strategy needs to identify how they are going to address the specific needs of the water-based communities in Georgian Bay. So that could be passed if you were to make it clear that they were going to identify how they were going to create a strategy specific to the water-based community. Because I'm not sure whether or not your one vote at district will merit them not moving forward with the strategy. It might be better to, or it's up to you, for sure, district councillor, but if you identify that the problem that, or the concern that we're having is that the water-based community in the strategy may not be appropriately identified as a unique community in the District of Muskoka.
Doesn't outline alternatives.
An opportunity to appropriately review that specific population in the District of Muskoka because their needs are unique to that of any other Muskoka community.
Well-
Granted, Muskoka Lakes may be the case, but these people are literally on an island after the end of a road, so it's very different.
But we have bin sites elsewhere. The one on South Gibson Lake Road is for road access people.
So I think
So
you're.
we have one bin site that's usually for road access.
I'm just trying to be specific to what Councillor Hazelton suggested about the water-based community. And if you were to go to council, district council this week and suggest that you were going to stand down on the strategy, it might not be as effective as identifying that the strategy needs to be specifically identifiable as to how they are going to deal with the water-based communities outside of in Georgian Bay. Because I fear that if you just say no, your vote won't matter, because there may be enough that say yes. But if you were to request a tweak, it might provide more opportunity for a greater strategy to meet the needs of the island community.
Councillor Douglas.
When you're in these meetings, I haven't attended a meeting, so I don't know. As, I still want to call you our EDO, sorry, Jennifer Schneider has identified, maybe the strategy going into that is you not necessarily reject the strategy, but ask that it be amended to, you know what I mean? Instead of going in adversarially, just go in asking that be amended. Will they do that in those meetings? I don't know.
We'll see a strategy probably on Friday, so we have 3 or 4 days to plan our strategy to address their strategy. So I think...
when you get into those meetings, though, is it similar to council where you can ask for it to be, the motion to be actually changed?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I would be ready for that one.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they've already identified that in there, but if they haven't, if you can ask for that?
I think
'cause I
after a
think you're
meeting
right.
on Friday, we can decide if we're going to need another council meeting, or
Well,
we can,
that's why I asked.
how we're going to approach the committee. I think the mayor may want to talk to a few other mayors between now and next Wednesday.
Absolutely.
Or whatever.
And the lunch still says 4:29.
Okay, so I'm going first of all, the motion that I took so flippantly a few minutes ago should have been, be it resolved that council suspend the procedural bylaw to permit the meeting to go beyond 4:30 p.m., but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? All right, thank you. Are you happy, Miss Ex-Clerk Gunby? Oh, I know. Now, well, it depends what clock you have.
According to the clerk's clock, it's 4:29.
Yeah, okay. Your watch is behind. Okay, this particular motion is getting quite a bit longer, but I'm going to try it one more time, or maybe 10 more times. Be it resolved that due to the high portion of water access only properties and the frustration surrounding the lack of information from district, that council requests the District of Muskoka to petition the Province of Ontario to extend the review time for the removal of bin sites and the need to identify alternatives prior to the removal of any bin sites to ensure appropriate waste removal, and that council will only support the district's waste strategy after more information is received, specifically but not limited to the water-based community's needs being met, and that a letter be sent to the District of Muskoka under the mayor's signature. Councilor Rienko, and we're getting closer.
Well, the first part of it, I don't think we need more than 5 years. You talked about extending the time period for the review and possibly get rid of the bins. I have no problem with 5 years. If they decide to get rid of the bins, I have no problem with 5 years. So I don't think we need an extension on the 5-year thing.
No, I guess, yeah, we were referring to, no, but we don't care about that. What we care about is the fact that the province is telling us, and the district is apparently supporting them, that a whole bunch of bin sites disappear in 2020.
Yeah.
And that is...
That we can narrow it on that one.
Okay. Councillor Hazelton.
According to the district website, it says here, the District of Muskoka was formally notified in June 2019 by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, MECP, that unlicensed bin sites must be removed by 2023. So the MECP has given us a date of 2023, which is like 3+ years out. It's a district that is being more aggressive in dates.
No, because the district received this past week, a letter from the ministry saying that 11 bin sites they have now identified as being highly dangerous, or whatever term it was, I've forgotten the exact term, high risk, and therefore needed to be removed in 2020. Councillor Bochek.
I just think it's very short-sighted. I mean, they're assuming everybody has a car that they can throw their stuff in and drive to a transfer station. I know many families in Honey Harbor that don't own a vehicle, and they walk to the bins to put their garbage away. And likewise in Oak Bay, which is a full permanent residence, they don't have curbside pickup there. Surprisingly enough, across the street, in my survey, we have curbside pickup. But Oak Bay, which is a large community and is going to get larger, does not have curbside pickup. And you know, they have private companies that come in and put stuff into bins, and then the bins get transferred. So I think there's a whole lot of things here that need to be resolved before we just say remove these bins. I don't agree with it at all.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, so what, this is,
So what you're saying is you'd like to offer the residents of Oak Bay your roadside so they can bring their garbage over?
Well, if not, they're gonna throw it in my ditch, right? You know, Honey Harbor Road is just gonna be a garbage dump on both sides. Old tires, couches, mattresses, it's all going on the side of the road like it used to. That's why we put the bins in this township 20 years ago, was to clean up the roadsides. And Mayor Kennedy actually put a resolution through saying that the transfer stations, any heavy materials would be no charge. Right? You could just take it, if it fits in the bin, you can put it in, no charge.
all right, council. Minor modification, be it resolved that due to the high portion of water access only properties and the frustration surrounding the lack of information from the district, that council requests the District of Muskoka petition the Province of Ontario to extend the bin removal deadline and the need to identify alternatives prior to the removal of any bin sites to ensure appropriate waste removal, and that council will only support the district's waste strategy after more information is received, specifically but not limited to the water-based community's needs being met, and that a letter be sent to the District of Muskoka under the mayor's signature.
Approved.
All those in favor, other than Councillor Hazelton? Carried. I think we're,
Can you make a few phone calls yourself?
oh, you know I'm going to be working on this.
Be there when,
That's next week, the 23rd.
whatever Wednesday.
Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, I need a mover and a seconder for this motion. Douglas?
I want to be on it.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Paul Wienko.
It should be seconded by the other district councillor.
Yep, sure.
Mr. Peter Cooper.
That's good.
You're going to make it look a little prettier?
A little more legible?
Yes.
Oh.
What are you saying about my writing?
Nothing, it's all the scratches and the arrows that
Okay.
are now.
So,
Yeah.
have we finished with that particular item? Then the next one is geese. I hate to say, Mr. Wienko, but this one's
Okay.
yours as well.
Okay, I want to get some clarification here. The issue we have with the individual at the White Falls Marina is the feeding of geese. That's the only issue we have. You talked about options that we could do. Gloucester Pool has been oiling eggs for over 15 years, so they have an egg oiling problem. It's not a geese accumulation at the marina that a dog would help. It is, the geese are going to the marina because the individual is feeding them. So what we have to do is stop that individual from feeding the geese and the seagulls. I was in communications with Smith Falls. who have approached this issue and have passed a resolution that they cannot feed the geese in their township. And I've sent you their resolution, and they have, in their resolution, they also, in that package, they also have permission from the various government agencies that their resolution is on solid ground. So basically what I'm saying is whatever Smith Falls did can be done here. And it's all been approved, and they actually do it in Smith Falls. So it's not an issue of trying to chase the geese away, it's just stopping them feeding. That's all it is, the feeding of the geese, period. So if we can follow what Smith Falls did and pass a similar resolution, we should be okay. So that's all I want done. It's a bylaw they passed to stop people from feeding geese in Smith Falls, and they got permission from the various ministries and so on that, yes, they could do that. They could pass a resolution, or I guess it was a bylaw, so we need to buy it.
I think the resolution read wildlife.
Maybe it was wildlife, whatever it says, but whatever they did would solve the problem, and then we can go in and enforce it.
Because I think, I mean, numerous people have observed that many of the geese that are in Whites Bay during the day do not overnight there. Because other bays, they make the comment that they see the geese in the morning and then they disappear. And they come back in the evening after, you know, they leave for breakfast, they come back after dinner. So I think, from what I've heard from numerous people, the feeding is the biggest single issue that they're facing at this moment.
They oil hundreds of eggs every year like we do in 6 Mile.
So, are we satisfied with simply giving staff direction to come back with a, I'll
Yes,
call it?
because we were already planning on coming back with information anyways, we just didn't have anything for this meeting.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back next month.
All right. Shall we move on? I have in front of me a resolution that reads, be it resolved the council adopts bylaw 2019-109, being a bylaw to appoint Lynn Andrews as acting treasurer. I presume the effective date of this is, the day is...
Is October 31st, which is the day after Jane's last day.
Okay, that doesn't have to be part of the resolution?
No, it's in the bylaw.
Okay. All those in favor? I'm going to go on the assumption that means nobody wants to discuss it. Okay, let's try it one more time, see if we can keep the same momentum. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2019-109, being a bylaw to provide for signing office of the corporation. It's the same bylaw number.
This is not the same bylaw, no, this is taking Jane off the signing authority after she no longer works.
Oh, edit. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2019-110, being a bylaw to provide for signing officers of the corporation. All those in favor? Once again, I'm assuming no discussion. Oh, getting down to a smaller pile. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2019-108, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the October 16, 2019, I'm going to change that to October 15, 2019 council meeting. All those in favor? There, and I took the discussion point away from you. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 4:43 p.m., regardless of what the clerk's watch may say, until Wednesday, November 13th, 2019 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? Appreciate that extensive discussion. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2019-10. Are we doing this out of order? Oh, where'd they come from? Okay, are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
We're done.
We're done.